Everyone, and welcome to the October 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their elders past and present. I would like to advise everyone that the audio and video of this meeting is being live streamed to YouTube. I request everyone to please turn off your mobile phones. I remind you that any recording of the meeting proceedings and photography within the chamber is prohibited unless prior approval has been granted, and councillors and city officers are reminded to disclose any declarations of financial interests and interests affecting impartiality, and are requested to activate their microphones when addressing the meeting. So that brings us to item 1, which is the declaration of opening. I declare this meeting open at 1 minute past 6 p.m. Welcome to you all. Our first order of business this evening is the election of the Deputy Mayor. So I'll now hand you over to the Acting CEO, Mr. Matthew Scott, to conduct the election. Mr. Scott.
The election of Deputy Mayor is conducted in accordance with Schedule 2.3, Division 2 of the Local Government Act 1995. I have received 2 written nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor from Councillor Andre Brenderabandas and Councillor Bronwyn Wall. Are there any further nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor? I'm about to close nominations. Nominations are now closed. I will now invite each nominee in alphabetical order for Deputy Mayor to speak for up to 4 minutes. Councillor Brenderabandas.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Good evening, fellow elected members. It's with great humility and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today, honoured to be nominated for the position for Deputy Mayor. This moment is not about me, it's about us, our shared City of South Perth vision and the future that we are building for our community. Alone, I'm only one elected member and cannot achieve anything without working with all of you. Serving the community for the past 6 years, you'll know that I don't have political aspirations. I focus on the right outcomes through merit-based decision-making, which is not taken lightly. My decisions have been independent, without fear or with favour, and are not for my own advancement or appeasing individuals or groups. Through my moderation, I will continue to work on the good governance for our processes and decisions. In deliberating, I'll continue to consider the greater district and not only the ward from which I was elected. For the past 6 years, I've had the privilege of serving the City of South Perth community, whether it's been through strategic approvals, ratepayer-specific development applications. I've always approached my decision-making with 3 guiding principles: integrity, independence and collaboration, listening to diverse perspectives and bringing people together to find solutions. These principles are not just words to me, they are core of everything I do. And as Deputy Mayor, I'll continue to uphold with an unwavering dedication. The role of Deputy Mayor is not just a title, it's a responsibility. To be a bridge between the Mayor and the Council and the administration and the people that we serve. It's about ensuring every initiative, every policy and every decision reflects the needs and aspirations of our community. I believe my experience, my passion for public service and my ability to work with everyone make me uniquely suited to fulfil this role. Over 2 years, I've worked alongside many of you to achieve meaningful progress. Together, we have achieved significant success, but there is still quite a lot more that we need to do. And as Deputy Mayor, I would look forward to working with you to achieve our city's priorities. If elected as your Deputy Mayor, I'll continue to work closely with our elected Mayor Milner and elected council members, the administration of whose expert advice and support for council has been very much appreciated, and the community we represent. Thank you.
Councillor Waugh.
Thank you. Colleagues, It has been an absolute privilege to serve as your Deputy Mayor for the last 2 years, and I'd like to begin by saying how proud I am of everything that this council has achieved together. We've navigated complex issues and made difficult decisions, and importantly, we've not only maintained civility and respect in the chamber, but we've demonstrated that we are capable of respectful disagreement and leading with integrity. For those of you who have served with me, you will know how hard I've worked to foster that environment, one where every single one of us can express their views openly, where disagreement can be handled respectfully, and where the focus remains on what is best for our community. So I'm seeking re-election, not because I need the title, but because I care so very deeply for our community, about our city and about the tone and integrity of this council. The role of Deputy Mayor to me is about being a steady hand. It's about supporting each and every one of my fellow councillors, ensuring fair process and maintaining balance in leadership. For those newer to council who don't know me yet, I want to be clear about one thing. I believe that it is the differences in our opinions that bring about the greatest opportunities and outcomes. That is my driving force. It's about listening to everyone and working together to appreciate the different perspectives that each one of us brings. We have around this table such an intelligent council with so many different experiences, and I want to harness each of our strengths and work together for the benefit of our beautiful city. I've worked very hard to do this, and I promise you that my commitment is and always has been to good governance, sound decision-making, and respect for differing views. My record speaks for itself. Over the past 2 years, I've supported motions from every single councillor. I've worked constructively and I've advocated for transparency, accountability and collaboration at every opportunity, and I am committed to ensuring that that continues. My day job is a local government lawyer, and I've been doing this for over 10 years. I work right across the state, from the biggest local governments in Western Australia and also the smaller regional and remote local governments. I have presented to councils on governance, and I have represented councillors in 2 different inquiries, and I've also assisted them in appeals to the State Administrative Tribunal. So my skills and experiences have given me front row seats as to what went wrong in local governments who have found themselves in hot water, and I understand the requirements of our duties and our obligations. So we have a real opportunity to model what effective governance looks like: respectful, balanced and focused on outcomes for our community. I would love to continue working with each and every one of you to help us continue to build that momentum. So if re-elected, I will approach this role with the same integrity, fairness and commitment that I have shown over the past 2 years. I will continue to listen. I will continue to bridge divides where I can, and to make sure that every voice around this table is not only heard, but valued. So I thank you for the trust that you've placed in me so far, and I would value the opportunity to continue serving you and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I will actually move to the front because we now need to start the voting process. As we have only 2 nominations, the voting should be relatively simple. The ballot papers for the position of Deputy Mayor have been prepared in accordance with Regulation 11A and 11B of the Local Government Constitution Regulations 1998, with the nominated councillors listed in alphabetical order. I'll authenticate each ballot paper by initialing it and handing them out to each elected member. Councillor voting is conducted in secret, and there is a voting booth at the council's entrance of the chamber for your convenience. Instructions on how to vote are on the ballot paper. Just to ensure that the ballot box is empty, so there's no additional ballot papers. Hopefully everyone saw that. I don't think there's a need to lock the ballot box. And I will start going around handing out ballot papers. And obviously, as I've said before, there's a booth in the council exit for councillors to use. Once you've completed your vote, please come, fold it and place it into the ballot box. Once all councillors have made their vote, we'll then do the count. Your vote is secret. Probably best if you come and put it in the ballot box yourself. All the members have now voted. Just give a bit of a shake to the box. So lucky shake. How I'll conduct the vote is I'll simply just have two piles, one for Councillor Brenda Rebaitis and one for Councillor Waugh, and obviously the largest pile is going to be declared the winner. So I have two piles. I have 4 votes for Councillor Waugh and I have 5 votes for Councillor Brenda Rebaitis. I therefore declare, following the secret ballot, that Councillor Brenda Rebaitis is elected Deputy Mayor for the City of South Perth. We'll invite the Mayor now to swear Councillor Brenda Rebaitis in.
We'll now swear in Councillor Andre Brenda Rebaitis as Deputy Mayor for the City of South Perth for a period of 2 years. Councillor Brenda Rebaitis, could I get you to please read that oath?
I, Andre Brenda Rebaitis, of 21 Brandon Street, South Perth, have been elected to the office of Deputy Mayor of the City of South Perth. Declare that I take the office upon myself and will duly, faithfully, honestly, and with integrity fulfil the duties of the office for the people in the district according to the best of my judgment and ability, and will observe the Code of Conduct adopted by the City of South Perth under Section 5.104 of the Local Government Act 1995.
Very good. If I can get you to sign there, and then I'll witness your signature. Congratulations, Deputy Mayor Andre Brindera Brandis.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. That brings us to item 2 of the agenda, which is a disclaimer. The City of South Perth disclaims any liability for any loss arising from any person or body relying on any statement, discussion, recommendation or decision made during this meeting. Item 3 is announcements from the presiding member, that's me. I'd like to note that the City of South Perth Residents Association, known as COSPRA, is winding up after many years of active service for our community. COSPRA has been active in advocating for a range of issues over many years in the local community, and I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Council and the City of South Perth to thank COSPRA for their hard work and dedication. We will hear from Ms Cecilia Brooke at item 8 when she presents a presentation to Council. At this point, I'm obliged to present this month's mayoral report. For those members of the gallery who might not be aware, Council passed a motion at the October 2024 Ordinary Council meeting, and that motion resolved that at each Ordinary Council meeting, I'm to present a report of the mayoral engagements and meetings attended by me in my capacity as Mayor since the last Council meeting. So the first part of that report that requires me to present a summary of the events attended and the persons met with by me in my capacity as Mayor since the last Council meeting. Councillors, the last Council meeting was held on Tuesday the 23rd of September, so in accordance with Council's resolution, I'll begin from Wednesday the 24th of September. And as some of you know, I was on Council-approved leave until the 17th of October, so this edition of the mayoral report will be a mercifully short one. Thursday the 25th of September. On Thursday the 25th of September, I attended and spoke at the launch of the 2025 Book Builders Challenge book launch, which was held at the South Perth Community Hall. The Book Builders Challenge is an inspiring literacy and creativity program designed to empower young people to become published authors. The program guides students through every stage of the publishing journey, covering writing, illustrating, editing, printing, publishing, marketing and distribution, all under the guidance of celebrated independent author Christy Nita Brown. It was a real privilege to be a part of the book launch, and I'd like to congratulate our district's very talented budding writers. On Friday the 26th of September, I attended Como Primary School for the school's annual Peace Assembly. I was invited to speak on the topic of peace and how everyone in our community has a role to play in helping to ensure that our community is a peaceful, welcoming place where everyone is treated with kindness and respect. I always enjoyed the opportunity to visit and engage with our local schools and students, and I'd like to thank Como Primary School for inviting me to their Peace Assembly. On Sunday the 28th of September, I opened the 14th Classic Car Carnival at Wesley College, held in partnership by the Rotary Club of Como and Wesley College. I've had the privilege of opening the Classic Car Carnival each year for 6 years now, and I'm pleased to report that the carnival has raised over $200,000 over the years for very worthy charities. This year's beneficiaries included youth mental health research through Australian Rotary Health, so well done to everyone involved there. On Tuesday the 30th of September, I met with Acting CEO Matthew Scott, and as you know, I meet with the CEO or the Acting CEO at least once a week to discuss local government affairs and the performance of the local government's functions in line with Section 2.8 of the Local Government Act. And in an effort to try and reduce the length of this report, I'll note that I met with Mr Scott on the 7th of October, the 14th of October, the 21st of October, and today for the same purpose. On Wednesday, the 1st of October, I attended a Clubs Club meeting hosted at the John McGrath Hall by our local State Member of Parliament, Mr Jeff Baker. I was invited to speak about the various resources available to community organisations and sporting clubs throughout our city. Always love the Clubs meetings. It's a great opportunity to hear from a wide range of our local sporting clubs and community organisations. And once again, I thank Mr Baker for the invitation. On Saturday, the 4th of October, I was invited to attend and speak at the opening of the new A Green at Como Bowling Club. The opening of the brand new A Green represents the completion of stage 1 of the club's rejuvenation. It was supported by financial assistance from the WA State Government through the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries, as they then were, Community Sporting and Recreation Facilities Fund, together with grant funds from the City of South Perth. And it was a real delight to see the new A Green in use by club members. On Sunday, the 5th of October, my wife and I attended the South of Perth Yacht Club 2025-2026 opening day. Some of you may know that I serve as Vice Patron of the South of Perth Yacht Club. On Monday, the 6th of October, I met with Acting CEO Matthew Scott and the City's communications team. As most of you know, I meet with the City's communications team once per week to discuss current and upcoming communications by the City, potential third-party media relevant to the City, and my duties as spokesperson on behalf of the City. And once again, in an effort to try and get the length of this report down, I'll note that I also met with the City's communication team on the 13th of October, 20th of October and 27th October for the same purpose. On Thursday, the 9th of October, I attended and welcomed everyone to the City's Emerging Artist Awards exhibition launch. The Emerging Artists exhibition is the City's biggest cultural event, and it provides a platform for young and early career artists to showcase their talents, unlock professional opportunities and connect with our community. And I also had the privilege of presenting some of the Emerging Artist Awards to some very worthy winners. On Friday, the 10th of October, I attended and participated in the opening of the new Socklich & Co showroom on Mill Point Road in South Perth. The event, which also marks the company's 60th anniversary, featured the unveiling of the spring and summer jewellery collection. Socklich & Co, as many of you know, are a local family-owned business, and it was a pleasure to help cut the symbolic and, I guess, literal ribbon with owners Lexi and Chris Socklich. On Saturday, the 11th of October, I attended the South Perth Lawn Tennis Club to open the 2025/2026 season with Club President Nigel McComb. As many of you know, I try and make myself available to the various sporting clubs and community organisations in our city to better understand their needs and get a perspective on what the city might be able to do to help keep making our city a better place to live, work and play. I always enjoy opportunities to engage with our wonderful sporting clubs and community organisations, and I thank the South Perth Lawn Tennis Club for the invitation to attend and open the club's season. But as some of you know, there are actually 3 clubs that had their opening day all on the same day. So I also attended and spoke at the Hensman Park Tennis Club's season open day. I serve as the patron of the Hensman Park Tennis Club, and they're celebrating their centenary this year. So that was pretty special. And I did manage to get to the tail end of the Manning Tennis Club's season open day. I had an opportunity to meet and have a chat with the club's new president and a catch up with the club captain. We really do have 3 great tennis clubs in our community. On Monday, the 13th of October, I had coffee with incoming CEO Liz Ledger at local cafe Store Espresso. On Tuesday, the 14th of October, acting CEO Matthew Scott and I met with District Superintendent for the Cannington District Office of WA Police, Superintendent Amber Harvey, to discuss a range of community safety issues. On Wednesday, the 15th of October, I helped welcome our guests at the city's Emerging Artist Awards Social Sundowner. And the annual Sundowner is an opportunity for us to connect with local businesses, community groups and stakeholders while acknowledging and thanking them for the amazing work they do to make our city such a wonderful place to live. On Thursday, the 16th of October, I attended a meeting with incoming CEO Liz Ledger and councillors in the Councillors' Lounge, giving elected members an opportunity to meet and build a rapport with Ms Ledger before she commences as CEO in December. On Tuesday, the 21st of October, I met with Brett Jackson of APC Collective in Preston Street, Como, to listen to an update on the redevelopment of Preston Street. And also on Tuesday, the 21st of October, I presided over the swearing-in ceremony for our new and re-elected councillors in this council chamber. On Wednesday, the 22nd of October, I attended and spoke at the topping out ceremony for the new purpose-built student accommodation development by Exal Group at Kearney Place in Waterford. That new development will feature 916 beds and commercial spaces, commercial spaces in addition to the 619 beds, not 916 commercial spaces, and will be operated and managed by award-winning operator Yugo. So we're really looking forward to seeing that development come online and provide accommodation for students attending Curtin University. Also on the same day, I attended the Clontarf Aboriginal College Class of 2025 graduation and awards ceremony. I always love attending the graduation ceremonies for schools in our district, and I do take this opportunity to congratulate the graduating class of 2025 and wish them the very best in their future endeavours. Also on Wednesday, 22nd October, I served as presiding member at the October Council Agenda Briefing meeting. On Thursday, the 23rd of October, I met with newly elected councillor Jacqueline Rozon at local cafe and restaurant Our Ruby Girl in Como. And also on the same day, I attended the Aquinas College 2025 Senior School Presentation Evening and was pleased to help present some awards to some very worthy students. On Friday, the 24th of October, I caught up with Karen Vernon, Mayor of the town of Victoria Park, at local cafe Hoopla in Kensington. Also on Friday, the 24th of October, I attended a lunch with a number of people, including newly elected Lord Mayor Bruce Reynolds, Mayor Patrick Hall of the City of Canning, Mayor Teresa Lyons of the City of Gosnells, and Mayor Philomena Piferati of the City of Bayswater, among others. I have mentioned in previous reports that I do try and catch up with the mayors of neighbouring local governments or local governments that the city shares strategic interests with every so often. And on Monday, the 27th of October, I attended the induction seminar on the Office of the CEO and Corporate Services Directorate, presented to councillors, which I think brings us up to tonight's ordinary council meeting. The second part of Council's resolution requires me to present an overview of the key issues, initiatives and matters that I've been addressing in my capacity as Mayor since the last council meeting. I did spend a little bit of that time on leave, but the main issues that I've been considering are, number one, how elected members can work better with each other and with the city administration to deliver on our community's priorities. Number two, how can we help deliver indoor sport court access for our community? Number three, how we can help ensure that the transportation infrastructure in our city keeps pace with the predicted future increases in our city's population. And number four, what are the most cost-effective, practically effective measures that the city can take to assist WA Police and the state government to keep our community safe? So I think that's the mayoral report. That brings us to item 4, which is attendance. Item 4.1 is apologies. There's no apologies for this evening. Item 4.2 is approved leaves of absence, and there's nil for this evening. All right, that brings us to item 5, which is declarations of interest. And this is a long one, so I'm just going to take a sip of water. Strap in, folks. Here we go. All right. So, Mayor Greg Milner, that's me. I've declared a financial and proximity interest in item 10.1.1 as some of the proposed listings either include or are adjacent to or are across the road from properties that are owned or indirectly owned by persons who contributed to my re-election campaign in 2023. Councillor Stephen Russell has declared a financial proximity and impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as my property is on the heritage list. Adjacent properties to my property are on the heritage list. I know of persons whose properties are on the heritage list. Councillor Bronwyn Moore has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as I have been contacted by, met with and spoken to several residents affected by this item. None of them are known to me personally. My son attends Wesley College. I attend St Mary's Church. Councillor Jacqueline Raison has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as one of my children is about to complete Year 12 at Wesley College, and in recent years I have participated in strategy think tanks at Wesley College with other business leaders. At no time have property or heritage matters been discussed with me. On this basis, I am comfortable that I do not have any conflict of interest and can consider this agenda item impartially. Councillor Kathy Lees has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as I know people who own property on the draft heritage list, and I previously requested that a property that the council resolved to remove from the draft list prior to advertising be considered for heritage listing. Despite this interest, I believe I can consider this item with impartiality. Councillor Andre Brandis has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as I know of someone who is not a closely associated person to me and their property is on the draft heritage list for adoption. The impartiality interests will not impair my decision making, which will be based on merit. Councillor Hayley Prendeville has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as I have had communication with some of the homeowners and those connected to sites included in this item. Councillor Tim Howling has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.1 as on 27 October 2025 for the purpose of better understanding the submissions made by the Royal Perth Golf Club, St Columba's Church and Wesley College, I spoke with the following individuals. 1. The President of Royal Perth Golf Club, Mr Irons, in relation to the occasions on which the course is remodelled. 2. Mr John Robertson, in relation to the 1986 building and the status of buildings located on different titles. And 3. Mr Ross Barron, to confirm that the buildings identified in my proposal correspond with those of heritage significance included on the State Register. I declare this interest in the interests of transparency and accountability. I confirm that notwithstanding these discussions, I will consider the matter before Council on its merits and in accordance with my obligations under the Local Government Act 1995 and the Model Code of Conduct. Councillor Bronwyn Moore has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.2 as my son attends Wesley College. I note that Penrose College is not a party to this transaction, however noting it is likely to be used by Penrose College, and out of an abundance of caution, I disclose that my daughter attends Penrose College and I am a board member of Penrose College. Councillor Jacqueline Raison has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.1.2 as one of my children is about to complete Year 12 at Wesley College, and in recent years I have participated in strategy think tanks at Wesley College with other business leaders. Our family has not been involved with the rowing program at Wesley College, and at no time have rowing or boat shed matters been discussed with me by the college. On this basis, I'm comfortable that I do not have any conflict of interest and can consider this agenda item impartially. And Mayor Greg Milner, that's me again, I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.3 as I know a number of the nominees. Alrighty, any further interest to declare, councillors? No, okay. All right, we move on to item 6, which is public question time. Item 6.1 is responses to previous public questions taken on notice, that's nil. Item 6.2 is public question time itself. So I now open public question time at 6:34 p.m. We've received 4 written submissions prior to tonight's meeting, and I'd like to begin by inviting Mr. John Robertson of South Perth. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mayor and members. I've got 3 questions. The first question is effectively relating to what's referred to as the parish centre or the church centre at St Columba's, and drawing on the material that was used to present to Council, there appears to be some material that was taken from a 2006 report where it was clear from that material that no one's actually been inside the church centre or parish centre. It's a 1986 building with no cultural history to it, and the building is very unfit for purpose. So against the background that no one's actually inspected the internals of both the presbytery and the church centre, in those circumstances, can the council be satisfied that it has the appropriate built heritage significance and cultural heritage significance in order for it to be listed?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had some advice here in the sense that the statement of significance in the draft heritage list reflected the place statement of significance in the State Register of Places, but in hearing your question, I understand you're referring to a different place that may not be on the State Heritage list of places. And in response to that, I would say that the previous versions of the local heritage inventory had all places reviewed. However, not all places had internal inspections, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the place wasn't considered to be of cultural heritage significance for the purposes of assessment. And so on that basis, it was included in the former inventory. When the city undertook its review of its local heritage inventory, we reviewed the existing places on that inventory and undertook inspections of the place, but did not go inside that place. But it was still considered to meet the threshold in terms of cultural heritage significance for inclusion in the survey.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Your second question, Mr. Robertson.
The second question is in relation to what appears to be errors on the State Heritage Register. That document appears to aggregate the adjacent land title which belongs to the Sisters of St Joseph, which is at 16 York Street, because the actual listing refers to it as the St Columba's Catholic Church Group and St Joseph's Convent. They're actually on 2 separate titles. And it appears that the Sisters of St Joseph may not have got the requisite notice of the draft heritage listing because of the fact this has all been treated as one title. And just in accordance with Regulation 8.3, can Council be satisfied that the Sisters of St Joseph have had adequate notice and been able to engage in the process if they were not given separate notification of what's actually happening to their site, which appears to be aggregated with the St Columba's church site?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The City cannot modify or make corrections to the State Register of Places, as this is administered by the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage. The Heritage Act 2018 provides for changes to entries in the State Register of Heritage Places and also defines the requirements for removal of registered entries. It is open for Council to remove the place from the draft heritage list prior to adoption. The City can undertake a further place-specific review of the place in consultation with the owners and the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage in relation to the State Register of Places prior to potential inclusion in the heritage list.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. And your final question, Mr. Robertson.
The final question is in relation to the status of the Planning and Development Act, which is the governing act that from which the legislation has been made, and whether these regulations are overreaching in terms of the Planning and Development Act when it goes into the requirement for cultural heritage. It is a bit of a technical question, it involves statutory construction, but it does appear that there is a bit of an overreach in relation to the inclusion of cultural heritage as something that is made pursuant to the Empowering Act, which is the Planning and Development Act. Your views?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the question. The Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 2015 are subsidiary legislation to the Planning and Development Act. The Act provides for the creation of subsidiary legislation and the deemed provisions, which includes the creation of the heritage list. The term cultural heritage significance is referred to in the requirement for a local government to establish and maintain a heritage list within the regulations.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Mr Robertson, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Mr Sean Fairfowl of Royal Perth Golf Club of South Perth, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to ask you some questions this evening. As you would be aware, the Royal Perth Golf Club is seeking a deferral of the proposed heritage classification of the course until after we've completed some improvements that would ensure that the non-playing portions of the venue are more in keeping with what would have been there originally. So on that basis, whilst the club is supportive of the notion that the club and course has significance to the community, is council aware that given the many changes to the course, particularly within the first 20 to 30 years, there are no elements of the current golf course that the club has been able to document that are original and that therefore are worthy of conservation?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The City acknowledges that changes to the course have occurred since its establishment. The golf course is included for aesthetic value as a well-maintained and landscaped parkland with mature trees adjacent to a river landscape, which together form a pleasing environment and is a landmark in the streetscape. It is also included as a place of historic value, being the oldest golf course in Western Australia, and for the social value of the place.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Your second question, Mr Fairfowl.
Thank you. There is a view that the previous classification of the course within the Municipal Heritage Inventory would have been more appropriately been a classification as E, historic site without built features. Would the council agree that a Category 3 classification, some to moderate significance, be more appropriate, as there is nothing worthy of conservation of the site, which is a general requirement of the Category 2 classification as per the guidelines?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. The club rooms were a Category D under the former Local Heritage Inventory, whilst the golf course was a Category B. The draft heritage list reflects the inclusion of the golf course only as the equivalent Category 2. It is open to council to remove the place from the draft heritage list prior to adoption.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. And your final question, Mr Fairfowl.
Thank you. And would the council consider deferring the adoption of the complete heritage list or the inclusion of the Royal Perth Golf Club as a Category 2 rather than potentially a Category 3 until further discussions between the city and the club have occurred?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. It is open to council to defer the item. However, the city's preference is for council to adopt the heritage list to ensure compliance with the Planning and Development Act 2005.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Mr Fairfowl, for the questions.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Dr John Bassett of Como. Welcome to you. The microphone is yours, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, and good evening. And I'd like to congratulate Deputy Mayor Brenda Brandis for moving to this position. I'm going to ask a couple of questions in relation to heritage, like everyone else it seems. And this is a process that has been running for 2 years now, close to 2 years. In that time, there were points where it seemed like Councillor Brenda Brandis was the only body who really supported heritage within the previous council. And so and I'm sure many of us behind me thank you for that. So my question is in relation to heritage, and you all heard me criticise the altering of categories by individual councillors in contradiction to the process established by the council last week. So I was somewhat surprised to hear in response to a question from Councillor Howling that Ms Shaw stated that the Collier Pine Plantation was rated as Category 2 by the independent heritage consultant, but council had changed the category because of implications to DA applications. I found that quite surprising. The pine plantation was assessed as Category 2 due to its rarity and historic value, and yet it seems like the council officers have taken a position of changing the category.
Mr Bassett, sorry, Dr Bassett, I do have to be fair to everyone. You're starting to engage in debate a little bit, and that's, you know, that's fine, but that's for deputations.
Question. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
My question is, firstly, could you explain the logic behind what the council officers have done, and give us an indication of why the Collier Pine Plantation should not be Category 2?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst the City recognises the historical significance and rationale of the independent heritage consultant to change the category of significance, given the age and ongoing management required of the trees, the City recommended the place be modified to Category 3 only. Council adopted the City's recommendation in this respect.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. And your second question, Dr Bassett?
My second question is for you, Mr Mayor. You regularly state that you're working on how elected members can work better with each other and the city administration. Considering the actions of some councillors in circumventing the process of review as established by council, do you feel you've failed in that endeavour? And more importantly, how do you propose to improve upon those working relations into the future?
Thank you for the question. I do feel obliged to point out that I haven't actually been in the council chamber during council's deliberations on either the local heritage survey or the heritage list, because I've consistently declared the same financial and proximity interest in the relevant agenda items. And I've also refrained from discussing those matters with my fellow elected members for the very same reason. Equally, I can't comment on item 10.1.1 of tonight's agenda for the same reason, so I am going to ask Acting CEO Matthew Scott to respond to the balance of your question.
Council decisions are made collectively and independently based on information and recommendations provided by the administration. While the administration provides professional advice to support informed decision making, council is not bound by those recommendations. As long as council decisions are made lawfully and in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and relevant policies, this should not be considered as circumventing established processes. Accordingly, this is not viewed as a failure of leadership on the part of the Mayor. The Mayor remains committed to promoting respectful, constructive and transparent working relationships between elected members and the administration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Scott, and thank you, Dr Bassett, for the questions. I'd like to invite Ms Lena Yetchman of Row Group South Perth to come to the microphone. Here we are, excellent. And just while you're approaching the microphone, Ms Yetchman, I will use my powers under the standing orders to extend public question time by a further 15 minutes, so we won't run out of time while you're asking your questions. Okay. Welcome to you, the microphone is yours. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I'm Lena Yetchman, as you pronounced correctly. I represent Wesley College as their planning consultant, and with me is Lorica, the Director of Finance of Wesley College. And I would like to ask the councillors questions regarding agenda item 10.1.1, the adoption of the heritage list. I am aware that you may have seen the questions prior, however, I would like to repeat. Question 1. Does council appreciate that Wesley College campus is in part already listed on the State Register of Heritage Places and therefore awarded heritage protection, and that the proposal before you this evening, if adopted in its current form, would represent a heritage listing that is not consistent with the State Register entry?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council has been advised that Wesley College is included in the State Register of Places. The statement of significance in the draft heritage list is the same as the State Register of Places.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Your second question, Ms Yetchman?
Yeah. Would it not be more appropriate, because Wesley College does not resist the heritage listing of the buildings with recognised heritage value, that the proposed listing on the city's heritage list be consistent with the state heritage listing in terms of the extent of the recognition and the boundaries, cadastral versus statement of significance?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. The statement of significance is the same as the state heritage list. The draft heritage list refers to the place in respect to the lot details, whereas the inherit listing refers to the place in respect to the lot details and shows a portion of the site on a map where the buildings of cultural heritage significance are located. These details are reflected in the statement of significance. It is open to council to remove the place from the draft heritage list.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Ms Yetchman, for the questions.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll now just see if there's any late questions in the tray. No, there's not. Thank you. In that case, I now close public question time at 6:51 p.m. That brings us to item 7, which is confirmation of minutes and notes. Item 7.1 is minutes. Item 7.1.1 is the ordinary council meeting held on the 23rd of September 2025. So I'm about to look for a mover and a seconder for a motion that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held 23 September 2025 be taken as read and confirmed as a true and correct record. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. A seconder? I guess I'll second. Oh, Councillor D'Souza, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this? No, then I declare it carried unanimously. 7.2 is notes of briefing. I'm about to call for someone to move that council notes that the following council briefings and workshops were held: 7.2.1, concept briefings and workshops, and 7.2.2, council agenda briefing 22 October 2025. Could I have a mover? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Someone to second? Councillor D'Souza, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. In that case, I'll declare that carried unanimously as well. Item 8 is presentations. Item 8.1 is petitions. That's nil. Item 8.2 is gifts or awards presented to council. And at this stage, I'd like to invite the City of South Perth Residents Association, COSPRA, through long-time leader, I think it's fair to say, Ms Cecilia Brooke and Mr Peter Scott as well with her. They have a banner from the 2014 COSPRA campaign that opposed the proposed state government's plans for the local governments to amalgamate, in this case, South Perth and Victoria Park. Ms Cecilia Brooke, you're at the microphone, so welcome. You have 5 minutes. We'd love to hear your presentation.
Mr Mayor and councillors, at the winding up of COSPRA, I thank the City for the opportunity to provide some history as to how the association played a pivotal role in the defeat of the Barnett government's attempt to amalgamate several metropolitan local councils. On Friday the 7th of February 2025, it was 10 years since the vote was taken by the residents of the City of South Perth and the town of Victoria Park, the town of East Fremantle, the City of Fremantle, the City of Kwinana and Coburn on their support for his proposal to amalgamate these councils. All came back with a resounding no to the proposals. In March 2014, the City of South Perth Council held a special residents' meeting to discuss the forthcoming amalgamation proposals. At the end of the meeting, during question time, I put my hand up and said the only way that Colin Barnett was going to take any notice was to have a meeting on the steps of Parliament House. Several weeks later, the former Mayor Doherty rang me asking if I was the person who suggested the rally. I said yes, and she asked me to contact Mr Malcolm Mummery, while not a resident of the city, had an active involvement in the anti-amalgamation initiative. Malcolm invited me to his place for a coffee and suggested I form a residents' association in South Perth. Mr Mummery and others, including Mr Ian Kerr and the late Professor Colin Latcham, supported me throughout the formation of the association, for which I was, and still am, extremely grateful. A community meeting was held on the steps of Parliament House with the former Honourable Tony Simpson, the then Minister for Local Government, with 2,000 people attending. Instead of wide-ranging amalgamations as it was proposed, it came down to the Kwinana, Coburn, East Fremantle, Fremantle and Victoria Park South Perth councils. The first task in setting up the association was in drafting and printing a short flyer to hand out to the public, announcing a meeting with the purpose of setting up a residents group. A small number of people attended our first meeting in the City Hall, and from there it was decided to hold a public meeting at the Como Bowling Club. A meeting was held with Mr John McGrath, the former member for South Perth, and former councillor Glenn Creedland, taking questions from the floor. A total of 3,000 flyers were printed and delivered and to the whole community to let them know of the meeting. The Como Bowling Club was packed to overflowing. A motion was passed from the floor that a draft petition be prepared to send to the government requesting they abandon their plans for the amalgamation of any councils. In just 2 weeks, we had 2,000 signatures, and in August of 2014, Mr McGrath tabled a petition in Parliament on behalf of the community. Another motion was also voted on to have a formal meeting to officially form the association to fight to save the city of South Perth from amalgamating with the town of Victoria Park. This meeting was held on the 26th of June 2014, and the City of South Perth Residents Association, as we know it today, was formed. At the meeting, a committee was elected with myself as chairperson, Mr Robin Mould as secretary, Mr Ali Salvendi, the treasurer, and a handful of committee members. By now it became apparent that money was needed to run the campaign, and a letter went out to every household within the city on the 23rd of December 2014 requesting donations. The response was amazing, and some people donated $1,000 or more, others $5 to $10. Amazingly, we raised just over $11,000, which enabled a widespread advertising campaign. The vote was originally to be held on the 31st of January, which fell within the school holidays. I was advised to write to the Minister, which I did, and the date was changed to the 7th of February 2015, which is an historic day for South Perth. We had banners and corflues designed by the former councillor Colin Cullen, with skits from the South Park TV show, as we were to be the city of South Park. And over a period of 3 weeks, we also advertised in the Southern Gazette. The City of South Perth's contribution was by way of banners around the city, urging people to vote, as the council had resolved to take an impartial position. A total of 27,000 flyers, all printed from donations, were distributed across the city and handed out at shopping centres. Despite the summer heat, our wonderful volunteers, which came from everywhere, achieved the impossible over one weekend, and all flyers were delivered. The voting outcome was amazing. There were 50.83% return ballots, with 77.6% voting number. An incredible result given that 30% of voters in South Perth were living in rental accommodation and many owners living overseas. East Fremantle and Kwinana ran campaigns, but Victoria Park and Coburn chose not to. Of the total no vote, the councils, which included Vic Park, was 62% voted no, and Coburn 83% voted no. Fremantle didn't bother because they thought it would be a done deal. A truly amazing result when local government elections generally have little more than a 30% participation, and we all know that. The resounding result that led to the government to abandon any further plans for local government amalgamations throughout the metropolitan area. It can be assumed that the majority of residents saw that government's initiatives would only serve to further dilute their influence on matters closer to their immediate neighbourhood. I've only touched on some of the work that COSPA and sympathetic volunteers were engaged in during that period, but I hope the background has served to show you now that not within the city boundary of Victoria Park, that we are not within the city boundary of Victoria Park and under the name of the City of South Park. Regretfully, the association is in the process of winding up following a decision at a special council meeting last month. After deep soul searching, the number of committee members has declined steadily over time, and it has not been possible to recruit new members to the committee positions despite substantial effort. Due to several factors including health, work and family issues, the existing committee members found themselves unable to perform the duties that they believed were required to adequately meet the objectives of the association. I am sure this has
I'm sure that this has provided existing and new councillors particularly an example of what people power can do.
Could we please present the banner now?
Thank you much, folks. There's the banner which is being unfurled from 2014.
May we turn around, Sean Gilbert?
Absolutely, yes. You beat me to it, folks. I was about to propose that councillors, staff, community members, we can all thank COSPRA for their many years of service to our community. Thank you again. It is greatly appreciated. All right, thank you all. The next item is item 8.3, which is deputations. Deputations were heard at the council agenda briefing held on the 22nd of October 2025. That brings us to item 9, which is the method of dealing with agenda business. So I'll now seek confirmation from the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr Matthew Scott, that all the report items contained in tonight's agenda were discussed at the October council agenda briefing, and a correction was made to item 10.1.1 to remove a place that should not have been included in the draft heritage list. Mr Scott.
Yes, I am happy to confirm, and for the benefit of the public, I just need an explanation in regards to the correction to item 10.1.1. Subsequent to the briefing forum and in responding to councillor queries, the administration reviewed the advice from the independent heritage consultant for the local heritage strategy. Place number 86, 39 Anstey Street, South Perth, was recommended as category 3. Notwithstanding, this place was erroneously included in the local heritage strategy as a category 2 and subsequently included in the draft heritage list. Whilst no objections has been received from the landowner, it is recommended that this place be deleted from the draft heritage list prior to adoption.
Thank you, Mr Scott. So, with the exception of those items to be withdrawn for discussion, reports will be adopted by exception resolution. And by this, I mean the officer recommendation will be adopted as is, without discussion or amendment. The following items have been withdrawn for tonight. The first is item 10.1.1, entitled Draft Heritage List Adoption. The reason is Mayor Greg Milner, that's me, and Councillor Stephen Russell, we've both declared a financial and proximity interest, and I think Councillor Russell also declared an impartiality interest, and also because Councillor Tim Howling and Councillor Kathy Lees both have an amendment. Item 10.3.1 has also been withdrawn. That's entitled Proposed Home Business, Art and Tattoo Studio, Lot 2, number 71 Strickland Street, South Perth. The reason for that is Councillor Tim Howling has an alternative motion. Item 10.4.1, entitled Chief Executive Officer Evaluation Committee, has been withdrawn. The reason is we need an absolute majority for that item, and it also requires elected member appointments. Item 10.4.2, entitled Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, is also withdrawn. That requires an absolute majority and also elected member appointments. Item 10.4.3, entitled Appointment of Community Members to the City of South Perth Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, has been withdrawn. Once again, we need an absolute majority for that one, and we also need to appoint the community members. Item 10.4.4 has been withdrawn. That one's entitled City of South Perth Arts Advisory Group. We need some elected members for that one. Item 10.4.5 has been withdrawn. That's the City of South Perth Community Safety and Crime Prevention Advisory Group. Once again, we need elected member appointments for that item. Item 10.4.6, entitled City of South Perth Inclusive Community Advisory Group, has been withdrawn. We need an elected member appointment for that item. Item 10.4.7, entitled Local Emergency Management Committee for Canning/South Perth, has been withdrawn. We need elected members for that one as well. This will be a theme, folks. Item 10.4.8, entitled City of South Perth Public Health Advisory Group, is withdrawn. Once again, we need an elected member appointment there. Item 10.4.9, entitled Western Australian Local Government Association South East Metropolitan Zone, has been withdrawn. We need elected appointments for that one as well. Item 10.4.10, entitled Metro Inner Development Assessment Panel, has been withdrawn. We need elected member appointments for that one. And item 10.4.12, entitled Monthly Financial Statements, September 2025, and Carry Forward Budget Adjustments, has been withdrawn. And just for something completely different, we require an absolute majority for that one as well, for, well, part 2 of that resolution. Councillors, does anyone want to withdraw any other items for discussion? Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 10.1.2.
So 10.1.2, which is proposed lease of lot 500 on deposited plan 430041 for a boat shed. That's been withdrawn for discussion as well this evening. Okay, let me just amend my notes. All right. Any other items to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, councillors? No. Okay. All right. In that case, I'm about to call for a mover and a seconder to carry the following items by exception resolution. Those are 10.1.3, entitled RFT 3 of 2025, provision of sports lighting upgrades at Challenger Reserve, George Burnett Park and Richardson Park. Item 10.1.4, entitled RFT 4 of 2025, provision of electrical services. Item 10.3.2, proposed scheme amendment number 2 to local planning scheme number 7, rezoning to residential, lot 1, number 3, 3rd Avenue, Kensington. Item 10.4.11, listing of payments, September 2025. Item 10.5.1, entitled quarterly activity report. Item 10.5.2, entitled Audit Register Progress Report, 4th Quarter Update, and item 10.5.3, entitled Policy Review. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Russell moving, thank you, and Councillor Raison seconding, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. Okay. Well, in that case, those items have just been passed by exception resolution in accordance with clause 5.5 of the City of South Perth Standing Orders Local Law 2007, and the officer recommendations have been accepted by council. We'll now be moving on to those reports identified to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, the first of which is item 10.1.1, entitled Draft Heritage List Adoption. Councillors, as you know, I've declared a financial and proximity interest in this item. I will now leave the chamber, and I see that Councillor Russell is doing the same. But before I do, I'd like to invite Deputy Mayor Andre Brendera-Brandis to take my place as presiding member for the duration of this item. And if someone would be kind enough to come and get myself and Councillor Russell once this item is concluded, well, we'd both be grateful. See you shortly.
Evening, Council. We are at item 10.1.1, the draft heritage list for adoption. The City of South Perth is required to establish and maintain a heritage list to identify places within the district that are of cultural heritage significance and worthy of building heritage conservation. This report presents the draft heritage list for the purpose of adoption. The officer's recommendation before us tonight is that Council adopts the heritage list as contained in Attachment A, subject to the deletion of the following place number 86, 39 Anstey Street, South Perth. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? I will move the officer's recommendation for the purpose of bringing it to the floor. Thank you. Can I call for a seconder to second the officer's recommendation? Yeah. With regard to the two amendments before us tonight, Councillor Howling has one amendment and Councillor Lees has a second amendment. In order for the amendments to be brought to the floor, we need to actually move the substantive motion. So I am asking for a seconder for the officer's substantive motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. D'Souza. Councillor D'Souza. Okay. Yep. So we have two amendments before us tonight. And with the order proceeding, Councillor Lee's amendments would be amending Councillor Howling's amendments. So I'd be asking if Councillor Howling wanted to move his amendment.
Thank you, I'll
Thank you. Do I have would Councillor Howling like to first introduce his amendment? Thank you.
The amendment as circulated in 10.1.1 is an amendment to the substantive motion that Council adopts the draft heritage list as contained in Attachment A, subject to the deletion of the following places. Place 86, that's 39 Anstey Street in South Perth. Place 36, that's 40 Coode Street, South Perth, the Wesley College. Place 39, that's 25 Forest Street in South Perth, St Columba's Church. And place 50, Labouchere Road, South Perth, which is the Royal Perth Golf Club. And requests the City, the Chief Executive Officer, to undertake place-specific reviews, including consideration of the built form of the following places in the Local Heritage Survey, and where relevant, ensuring that the statement of significance is consistent with the State Register of the Heritage Places. It's for place 86, 39 Anstey Street in South Perth, place 36, that's 40 Coode Street in South Perth, the Wesley College, place 39, 25 Forest Street in South Perth, that's St Clubber's Church Group, place 50, that's Labouchere Road, South Perth, the Royal Perth Golf Club course, and place 85, that's 44 Angelo Street in South Perth. So move.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Do I have someone who would like to second the amendment motion? Thank you, Councillor Prindiville. Councillor Howling, if you'd like to provide your reasons with regard to this amendment.
Thank you. Everybody will have realised that there's been quite a considerable amount of discussion which has taken place, at least by way of email and the like, and I thank you, the councillors, for engaging in the discussions that have taken place over the course of the last few days. In particular, there was a significant discussion on the way within which the heritage of Wesley College ought to be approached, and St Columba's and the Royal Perth Golf Club. And the reason for that was that there is 7 buildings identified for Wesley College in the State Register, and it was proposed that only those 7 buildings would be included originally, and the second motion was that the St Columba's Church would only include 7 buildings which were also in the State Register, and for the golf club and course that it would be removed entirely.
I thank Councillor Razon and Councillor Lees in particular for their spirited interaction in respect of these lists. And I have placed before the Council a modified version of what is being proposed to endeavour to have us all come onto the same page. And the purpose to that is to ensure that we are able to interact and listen to our community even further. We've heard from our community, and our community in respect of these places have said to us, well, in relation to Wesley College, how could it possibly be that a brand new constructed building takes the form of being so significant, and that's the new building that's being undertaken presently, that it's going to end up on the register even before it's completed. Now, that is a matter that we need to think about very carefully, because it gives rise to the exercise of our discretion and the questions of the manner within which we will exercise our discretion, and whether or not it's a reasonable way within which we exercise our discretion if, as I was urged, to include those places within the list, that's the heritage list. I say that it doesn't satisfy not only the two tests, which are the limbs that I'll come to shortly within Regulation 8, but it doesn't pass the pub test either in terms of being reasonable and a logical exercise of discretion to include places that haven't even been built as yet or completed, and in the occasion of the golf course, to include the recontouring of certain of the courses and certain of the holes that haven't even been completed as yet. Those are places which are constantly changing. The State Register has identified the buildings that are properly to be included. Unfortunately for our local survey, in the case of Wesley College, it's included the whole of the place. And I'll come to that in a moment why I don't consider that's appropriate. And in the case of St Columba's Church, at least the 1986 building, as Mr Robertson addressed us about today in the Presbytery House, if I understand correctly, is not of significance to that group, and yet, and neither is it identified in the local survey as being of significance, and yet it's proposed to be included on the list. Now, a heritage list which is developed under the provisions of the regulations is a very important document. And the reason for it is that it inputs into our scheme, by way of a list, certain restrictions in terms of applications for development, and it removes certain planning exemptions. So in all of the circumstances, we end up with exercise of power that restricts the rights of individuals to deal with their properties in certain ways. And persons say, but it's included in any event on the State Register. And to some extent that's true, and it was for that reason that originally I had proposed 7 of the significant buildings on the State Register within one motion for the Wesley College, and 7 of the church's significant buildings, which would not be and were not objected to, and the golf course being removed in its entirety. In effect, what this motion does is it gives us the opportunity to take everybody on the journey with us, but also gives the members of the public the opportunity and the persons affected to re-look at those places of heritage so that we can properly interact with some of the concerns that have been raised, and so that we can consider these matters more fully. Now, I say this. The regulations under which a heritage list is to be drafted...
Sorry, Councillor Howling, your 5 minutes has been reached. Could I put the motion to Council to grant an additional 5 minutes to Councillor Howling? Could I please have a seconder? Thank you very much, Councillor Prindiville. Thank you.
Did you wish to put that to the vote?
And can I please put that to the vote, Administration? Thank you. And one more vote, councillors. Thank you, and that was unanimous. Councillor Howling, you have further 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I assure you I won't take hopefully the full half hour. Oh, sorry, you only said 5 minutes. As I was on Regulation 8. Regulation 8 deals with two essential components, and that is that an area must have significance from a heritage perspective, and it must have built heritage conservation. Now, where we are within the planning regulations, and we need to keep that firmly in our minds. We cannot import into planning regulations holus bolus provisions of other legislation unless we're permissibly able to do so. So for that reason, we are concerned with the deemed provisions, and the deemed provisions make very clear that this is imported as if it were part of our scheme, adopted under Section 257B of the Planning and Development Act. And as such, it can't, that is the regulations, can't rise higher than their source. And neither can they import matters outside of what development control is intending to be achieved under the provisions of the scheme. Now, it is undoubtedly the case that built heritage conservation is a defined term under the regulations which points to the Heritage Act. And in so doing, in pointing to the Heritage Act, it does not, however, of course, import all that is under the Heritage Act. Regulations are regularly recognised as being drafted by what is called bureaucrats or people of government, and are not the subject of the same parliamentary scrutiny as a piece of legislation. And so accordingly, in interpreting the legislation, you can never go higher than the source. And the source in this instance is the Planning and Development Act. And so for that reason, it is the cultural heritage significance of a property and worthy of built heritage conservation. And I say that those words, built heritage conservation, still have work to do. And so we have to look at where we're at within an Act of Parliament and within a regulation, and we have to think, okay, what are we trying to do? And what we're trying to do here is affect what is happening with development. It is not the case that you simply then say, abandon all, we move over to as if this is a heritage instrument, because it's not a heritage instrument, it's a planning control instrument, and that's the area within which we find ourselves. But look, there's been a lot of debate, there's been a lot of discussion. I want the heritage list to be lawful, accurate, fair, defensible, show that we've listened to our community, show that we're genuinely protecting those matters of heritage that are important to us. Genuine heritage. We will cheapen the list if we include things that are not genuine heritage. We will cheapen the purpose for which we adopt the list. And when we are doing this, we are exercising a significant power and a significant head of power that we exercise that will affect people and affect their lives. It'll affect Wesley College, it'll affect the golf course, and it'll affect St Columba's. And each one of them are eager to maintain the requirements of the Act. And so for that reason, I say, let us take the councillors along with us through this journey. This is an opportunity, to some extent, it moves away from what my original motion was, which was simply to adopt the buildings as being the only places that fall within Regulation 8.1, being cultural heritage significance and built heritage conservation. It moves a little bit away from that. It says, let's spend a bit of time together. Let's talk about this. Let's bring council together to think about this. Are we doing the right thing? Is there a better way of doing this? Can we listen to our community? Can we take the community with us on the journey, particularly for those persons and those groups who have objected, and objective with a proper basis, in my view, to say, look, it's absurd, as in the case of Wesley, to include a new building. Or it's absurd in the case of the golf course. We're remodelling our golf course. Why would you include something like that? How could that possibly be considered to have heritage significance worthy of heritage conservation?
30 seconds, Mr Howling.
Thank you. So I say that we have an opportunity in front of us. Let's take that opportunity, let's work together, and let's work within the framework of what we have to do, and that is adopting a heritage list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillor Prindiville, you seconded the amendment. Would you like to provide your comments?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brenda O'Brandis. we know this has been a massive undertaking, and yes, it has taken lots of time, and that's okay because this is an important topic. I hope that some comments from our administration last week alleviated some concerns from the community around process and confusion and that sort of thing. And as Councillor Howling mentioned, there's been a lot of communication between council over the past short time, and it's a huge thing for especially our new councillors to wrap their heads around. So I'm not willing to sort of push anything through. I'm not against protecting our culturally significant buildings in the city. I think we have some amazing buildings in our city of South Perth that need protecting. I have concerns, and I have heard many of our residents' concerns regarding restrictions. I've spoken previously regarding heritage. I won't take up too much time. I'm supporting this amendment to the substantive motion. I'm supporting the removal of these places from the list and to put them up for a place-specific reviews. These places, 3 of these places remain covered by state protections in the meantime. I don't see any alarm bells with this amendment. A place-specific review for these places will give council a clear understanding of each, particularly following further deputations and messages from our community. There's nothing wrong in my eye about looking further into this, and this investigation will help us as a council make an informed, balanced decision and confirm whether any changes are appropriate. So I thank Councillor Howling and commend all of the new councillors for wrapping their heads around this, and I second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prindiville. Councillor Howling, your microphone is still on. Thanks. We have a second amendment before us this evening. Do we? Yep. And before we introduce the second amendment, I'd be asking for anyone who would like to speak against this amendment.
Could I just ask a question?
Yes, Councillor Lees, certainly.
So just to clarify the process here, Councillor Howling's amendment needs to pass for me to then make an amendment to the amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, if I could ask governance to actually confirm that.
Yes, that's correct. We can only deal with one amendment at a time.
Okay, thank you. Further question, if I may, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Lees.
Could I please be advised about the golf course and the need for a development application for the works that's being proposed?
Yep, certainly. Director Shaw, could I hand this one to you, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So if the works are proposed constitute development in accordance with the definition under the Planning and Development Act, a development application would be required. Approval from the city is also required under the lease arrangement for the golf course.
So just to clarify, so whether it's on the heritage list for the foreseeable, well, in the short term, it will still need a development application. And my understanding is that the main reason for it being listed is its use and the cultural significance of that.
Thank you, Director Shaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, so if any proposed works met the definition of development, then we would require a development application regardless of whether it's included in the heritage list or not. In terms of its inclusion and recommended inclusion, it was included in the in the local heritage survey on the basis of its aesthetic value, its social value, and its historic value.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, Councillor Lees?
No.
Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against this amendment? Is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of this amendment? Yep, certainly. Councillor Lees, question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would just like to explain my reasons for supporting the amendment. As been indicated, I have an amendment to the amendment, so the changes that I'm proposing will come to light as part of that. I'm not entirely in agreement with Councillor Howling's comments about when an application does need development approval or heritage significance. I know there are a number of exemptions under the deemed provisions for works that are outside of or don't affect the significance of the building. So I think, you know, with Wesley and St Columbus, if the alterations are to buildings that are not recognising the statement of significance, then they can be approved without too much difficulty if a development application is in fact required. My concern with those properties being Wesley College and St Columbus is that there seemed to be some variation and some confusion about whether the listing in the heritage list is the same as the listing, or draft heritage list, is the same as the listing in the state heritage list. And my understanding is the state heritage list always takes precedence, and whether they are on our list or not for the short term, they are still protected by the state heritage list requirements. So on that basis, I'm happy for them to be removed at this point, and the place-specific review to be undertaken. And then in terms of the golf course, my understanding is, as clarified by Director Shaw, is that they will require development approval for works of significance on the site anyway. That includes stage 3, the remodelling of the some of the holes. So I'm happy for that to be removed on the basis that we'll be getting a DA anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Any other discussion with regard to supporting Councillor Howling's motion or to speak against it? Yes, Councillor Raison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Since being elected a little over a week ago, I've spent a lot of time considering the Heritage Act, the planning and development regulations, various guidelines provided by the Heritage Council and minutes of previous council meetings. I've also considered the deputations and appreciated those and other matters discussed at our agenda briefing this last week. And I'm sorry for the concerns that have been raised in our community, and I appreciate the links that the different groups have gone to clarify their position for us. It seems to be short notice. I've also been assisted by the detailed responses provided by Director Shaw to various questions posed by me and other councillors, and would like to thank Director Shaw for her assistance. It's been a very fast turnaround time. As I understand the position, the City is required to establish and maintain a heritage list, and the City has reservations about whether it has formally adopted a heritage list in accordance with the requirements. Again, there are various views on this issue on council, but I think it is best to take a conservative approach and assume that at this point in time there is uncertainty about whether we have formally adopted a heritage list. So it is imperative that the City complies with its legal obligation to have a heritage list in accordance with the relevant requirements, and that it is clear that the City has done so. Accordingly, I am in favour of the amendment to the substantive motion and appreciate the input for councillors over the last 24 hours in relation to this. A number of matters have been raised about various places, including Wesley College, St Columbus Church Group and the Royal Perth Golf Club. I note that the proposed amended motion does not include these places in the City's proposed heritage list at this stage, i.e. they are off the list. However, as I understand it, both Wesley College and St Columbus Church Group are already on the Heritage Council of WA State Register, and that as a result, relevant proposed developments will be referred to the Heritage Council before any approval is given. I also understand that it is proposed that a site-specific review will occur in relation to these places, and that those members of our community are happy, for that to happen and cooperate with that. And I expect that once that's occurred, the matter will be brought back to council to consider the potential inclusion of these places in the city's heritage lists. Going forward, I have two suggestions. The first is that where possible, matters of this significance and complexity not be included in the first council meeting following the election of new council members. As a matter of good governance, it would be better if matters of this significance and complexity were only considered after the induction of new councillors has been completed. However, as it is necessary for the city to comply with its obligations to have a heritage list, I understand why it's being dealt with at this meeting. So this is not a criticism, but rather a suggestion for best practice and good governance going forward. The second matter, as Councillor Howling has explained to us all, is that there appear to be differences of opinion about what places can and cannot be on the city's heritage list, and they go back to the interpretation of Clause 8 of the relevant regulations. In particular, there appears to be differences of opinion, including on council, about the meaning and effect of the threshold requirements in Clause 8 of the regulation. The issue concerns whether only buildings and other built forms can be on the heritage list, or whether the places included on the city's heritage list can extend to the other things included in the definition of place under the relevant regulations. In these circumstances, I suggest that when these matters come back before the council after the site-specific reviews, that councillors are also provided with an external legal opinion on this issue. Not all councillors are legally trained, and obtaining this legal advice is consistent, again, with good governance and may assist the council when considering whether to amend the heritage list.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Any other councillors wishing to speak for or against this amendment? No? I'll say a few words. I'd like to thank Councillor Howling for putting forward this amendment tonight. I agree that this is actually a good way to work forward. Having a look at the amendments that are proposed before us, the deletion of the 4 items, the 4 place numbers 86, 36, 39 and 50, do not present any major concerns. St Columba's Church is one of those, and we've obviously had conversations with the owners in regard to how the property should actually be treated with regard to protection and also rectification with the State Register of Places. The golf course was included in the 2018 Heritage List, and the clubhouse was not included. Wesley College site is already currently on the State Register, so the removal of these items does not present a major concern. Point 2 of this amendment motion requires that the undertaking of a place-specific review be performed for these properties, and that would actually achieve a better outcome to ensure that we actually have a complete review and are compliance with the requirements and also alignment with regard to state protection for these properties. For these reasons tonight, councillors, I support Councillor Howling's motion. I would like to put this item to the vote. Yes, Councillor Howling. Apologies, Councillor Howling. If you would like to wind up before we put this item to the vote.
Look, I do want to comment and respond, even though, and I'm grateful for everybody being in support. Firstly, I note criticism of the process in terms of governance, and that councillors who have been recently elected need to deal with this at their first meeting. Notwithstanding, this has some back history, and that's understood. I'm not supportive, however, of going through the process of an external opinion. At this point in time, we're incurring the cost. We still retain a discretion. But there's a second point that I want to make, and it's a very important point. Very important point. There is a significant difference between what is included on the State Heritage List or Register and what's included on the Heritage List. And I'll address one of those. you can have a look at the local planning policy that we have, that if you wish to make a development application for your land, if it's on the list, what you need to do. It's onerous. We know it. It's a policy we've adopted and we're across it. But I want to talk to you about a few other things, and that is what has been raised thus far. There are certain exemptions. Those exemptions are effectively removed. And this is what Director Shaw was referring to. And let me say this. If Wesley College, once placed on the list, wants to construct a cubby house or a flagpole or do some internal reviews like changing some of the lights or something else like that, or if the church wants to construct a cubby house or a lighthouse, or the golf course wants to put a water tank on their property, they will no longer have the exemptions which are found in clause 61 of the Planning and Development Local Scheme Regulations. And so what we're dealing with is a matter of significant importance. As a local government, we have to stay within our lane. Our lane tonight is dealing with questions of development approval. I thank everybody for their support. I'm looking forward to some further discussions. No doubt those discussions will go to the question of whether or not we can import place into the definitions as contained in the regulations. I say not. Others want to include Wesley College or include, but that's not the discussion for tonight. No doubt that will take place at a future point. I say that it would be regrettable if we moved forward with removing those exemptions, which are very significant to places such as schools, to construct a flagpole without having to make an application, or a cubby house. So I thank everybody, but I did wish to have a brief response to some of the comments that were made so that it's understood that we do understand and know that these are very serious matters that we're dealing with, and the exercise of our powers is done with the level of seriousness and care that any good government and local government exercising good governance needs to be undertaking the exercise with. So I thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor, and I'm happy for the matter to be put to a vote on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. On that note, we'll like to put this item to the vote now. Waiting on 2 more votes, councillors. Councillor Howling, have you voted? And Councillor Lees?
We're struggling with the button.
You have to press the people and then the colour.
This was in our government structure. Councillor Lees is the one that's in. Did you ask Councillor Lees?
Thank you, councillors. That was unanimous. Moving on to the second amendment for item 10.1.1, Councillor Lees has provided an amendment. I would like to ask Councillor Lee if you would like to move your your amendment to Councillor Howling's amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you. And would you like to provide your reasons with regard to... Yep. Yep. If you'd like to read out your amendment to Councillor Howling's amendment. Thank you.
So my amendment to what is now the substantive motion following Councillor Howling's motion being adopted, from my understanding, is that Council 1 includes the following places to Part 2 of the now current recommendation. So place number 20, Collier Pine Plantation, former former, Kensington, Como, Carrawara. Place number 34, residence number 426, Canning Highway, Como. Place number 37, commercial premises number 91, Coode Street, South Perth. Place number 90, residence 2 Parker Street, South Perth. Place number 91, 579 Queen Street, South Perth. Place 87, 19 Glyde Street, South Perth. Place number 82, residences Hovia Terrace, Kensington. So include those in the substantive motion. And then secondly, include a new part 3 with the following words. 3, advertises place number 85, number 44 Angelo Street, South Perth, residence for inclusion on the heritage list.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Lees' amendment to Councillor Howling's amendment? Yep, thank you. Councillor Raison? Kathy Lees, the floor is yours.
A point of order.
Yeah, you certainly can.
This is, as I understand, and I've only just been provided this, I think it was sent by way of email upon returning to the office at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. And I've had a quick look through it and had also a discussion with the Director for Planning, and I've been informed that these, or each of these, and if there is any that are not, were considered at the June council meeting, and each of these persons were advised of the outcome of that meeting in relation to their properties. The local government administration regulation, so the decision was made, that was a decision made in the 24 June meeting. The local government administration regulations 1996 says that if a decision has been made at a council or committee meeting, then any motion to revoke or change the decision and must and then be accompanied by a motion in certain circumstances to be supported by an absolute majority, and in other cases at least 1/3 of the officers. The difficulty that I have reintroducing, even though it was done by a former or a previous council, that is nevertheless a decision falling squarely within Regulation 10, that a decision has been made in respect of each one of these items. It is not a question of whether it's the final decision or whether or not it's an interim decision. It's got to be a question of, well, if council has made the decision, as it has, then it's not for us to introduce something within a period of time without first putting to the council the revocation motion that is necessary for us to be able to properly deal with the matter pursuant to Regulation 10 of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996. Now, put against me, when I had a very brief discussion with governance, is a suggestion somehow that this doesn't become a final decision until the meeting is determined everything. I don't see that that is on all fours with the requirements of Regulation 10.1, which says if a decision has been made at a council meeting, that decision has been made, and so accordingly this motion must be accompanied by a revocation motion because it's putting in issue a decision which has already been made by this local government within the period of 3 months, and that's not good governance. But not only that, there's a regulation which expressly provides for the manner within which that's to be dealt with, and I say that this needs to be accompanied by such a motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howling. Could I seek clarification from the administration with regard to the comments and also with regard to the requirement for revocation? My understanding is the items that have been included at Part 1 of Councillor Lee's amendment were previously categorised as Category 2 listings for adoption, and were recategorised as Category 3. So if the administration could please advise just with regard to the need for a revocation in the first instance, and also does this fall within the 3-month period required?
If I may, through the chair, so my understanding of the June decision was that council was to adopt a local planning strategy. A local heritage survey. I'll get my acronyms right. So I apologise for that. That decision has now been implemented in progressing from the local heritage strategy survey to the advertising of a local list, which was decided by council in August this year. So those decisions have now been actually implemented, and what's being proposed is simply to add a review to certain places, similar to the previous amendment that offered to review certain properties that had also gone through both the local heritage strategy and local heritage survey and was considered whether or not they should be included in the local heritage list for advertising. This proposed motion does not necessarily change the previous decision. It's up to council. Council has the ability to review things. The logic behind the suggestion that it requires a revocation motion would suggest that every time council wants to consider another property for either the heritage strategy survey or for the heritage list, needs to be preceded by a revocation motion. You know, the object of the local heritage strategy and the local heritage list is an evolving document, and council will revisit this on a number of occasions into the future. So it's my view that this doesn't require a revocation motion for council to consider this motion, and I suppose that's all I can say on the matter.
Thank you, CEO Scott. So on that basis, that the items included for the first part of Councillor Lee's amendment, these items are to actually be included as part of the place-specific reviews. That's the only part that is included for the listed properties of Part 1.
Through the chair, it's also point 3.
Yep.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, could you make a ruling on that because that's necessary?
Again, a request for the administration as to whether a ruling is actually required in regard to this instance. Thank you.
Through the chair, the presiding member can make a ruling on such a matter.
Thank you. On that basis, I will be making a ruling that the listed items included on the Part 1 of Kathy Lee's item can be included as part of the specific, the place-specific review, and that it can be included.
So we move on to a second. Oh, we've got a seconder, so it's speaker for the mover can speak.
Thank you. The item has been seconded, so Councillor Lees, you can walk us through the reasons with regard to your amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm pleased to see that this is proceeding. I'm relying on governance advice that I've got, so it's not, yeah. I mean, we've looked at various ways to do this over the last few days, so I will proceed. So firstly, I would like to note that I recognise that I am coming into this process late, along with Councillor Raison and Councillor Howling, and that it has been a lengthy process to arrive at this point, with many discussions and deliberations having been undertaken prior to our election. And as Councillor Raison intimated, it's been a bit of a whirlwind over the last few days getting our head around this. But so I acknowledge that some may consider my amendment to the substantive motion disruptive. But I have significant experience dealing with heritage planning, and I understand the significant value that our heritage places add to our community and sense of place. So I believe it is critical that we as a council endeavour to get the best result here, and we can go through an ongoing process reconsidering recent decisions where appropriate and possible while meeting our legislative requirements. As was expressed in Ms Heidi Schmidt's deputation at the agenda briefing last week, I believe that our heritage places are an important element of our community inheritance, amongst others, that should be conserved for present and future generations wherever possible. As indicated in the Borough Charter, places of cultural significance enrich people's lives often providing a deep and inspirational sense of connection to community and landscape, to the past and lived experiences. They are historical records that are important as tangible expressions of Australian identity and experience. Places of cultural significance reflect the diversity of our communities, telling us about who we are and the past that has formed us and the Australian landscape. They are irreplaceable and precious. These places of cultural significance must be conserved for present and future generations. So the city's strategic community plan identifies the retention of our unique local built character as a priority, and the celebration, support and valuing of our heritage and culture within the city for present and future generations as a key outcome and strategy. One of the aims of the local planning scheme number 7 is to support sustainable urban neighbourhoods that accommodate a growing population whilst protecting and enhancing heritage areas and other areas of identified or notable character or which contribute strongly to a sense of place. With all of this in mind, I fully acknowledge the need to adopt a heritage list as a matter of priority. And I am alarmed to recently learn that we have not had a functioning heritage list for some time. Notwithstanding this, I believe that some decisions made by the council should also be reconsidered to get the best outcomes for the community as a whole. So firstly, in terms of the heritage list, as I said before, I support the removal of place number 86, 39 Anstey Street, South Perth, as the independent consultant recommended that it be classified as Category 3. I also support the removal of Wesley College, St Columba's and St Columba's Church, as there appear to be some inconsistency, and I'm confident that they are protected under the State Heritage List. And I also, as I mentioned, agree to the removal of the golf course at this point because it is my understanding that they will, in any case, require development approval for significant works. So part 3 of the recommendation proposes that they be considered further through a place-specific review, and I'm happy for that to come forward to us in the near future. So in terms of 44 Angelo Street, it is my understanding that the owners of that place did not receive written notification that it was being considered for inclusion for whatever reason. They didn't receive notification that was being considered for inclusion on the heritage list for whatever reason until after the process had been completed.
Sorry, Councillor Lees, your 5 minutes is up. Could I ask Council to grant an additional 5 minutes for Councillor Lees to continue? Could I have someone move that Councillor Lees be granted another 5 minutes? Thank you. Councillor Raison, and someone to second it? Thank you. Councillor D'Souza. And can I have a vote, please, with the granting of an additional 5 minutes for Councillor Lees?
Do I need to vote? Yes. Oh, God. People? Did it work?
One more vote, councillors.
Oh.
Councillor Howling. Thank you, councillors. That was unanimous. Councillor Lees, you have a further 5 minutes.
So for that reason, and given the owner's concerns about the listing, the council resolved at that time at the August 2025 meeting to exclude it from the draft heritage list that was to be advertised. Given the place was recommended in the independent consultant's review as a Category 2 place, on the heritage survey, I believe that it should have been advertised, and the owners would then have had the opportunity to object to its inclusion on the list. Despite this problem or this discrepancy, it is appropriate for it to be considered for listing on the heritage list and therefore not duly considered for consideration. So I am proposing that this now be addressed and the place advertised for inclusion on the list. According to the independent consultant report, 44 Angelou Street has considerable significance due to its historical value, representing the city's interwar development, its architecture by the famed firm of J.J. Talbot Hobbs, and its aesthetic value as an excellent example of the interwar Old English architectural style. It is also now a rare example of the interwar old architectural style in the locality, given that 69 South Perth Esplanade was demolished in early 2019. So in my view, it warrants proper consideration for protection on the list. Moving on, in my view, downgrading of the classification of places on the local heritage survey to avoid them being considered for inclusion on the city's heritage list is not an appropriate practice. The Heritage Survey is a record of our city's places of cultural heritage significance. The State Heritage Council WA guidelines for local heritage surveys state that classification of places should be considered by a suitably qualified and experienced heritage professional and should be based on their level of significance to the local area. Classifications should not be determined on an ad hoc basis that is not reflective of the true significance of the relevant places. Yes, the classifications are intended to inform the local heritage list, but the local heritage survey does not have a statutory role. Its primary role is to provide an accurate record of our places of cultural heritage significance. So I propose that reclassifications that don't align with the independent consultants or the administration's recommendations be revisited through place-specific reviews. I also propose that a place-specific review be undertaken of the Collier Pine Plantation, given that it was adopted as a Category 3 place despite the independent consultant recommending it be a Category 2 for its rarity and historic value. This review will enable independent consideration of the city's advice at the time regarding the age and health of the trees and whether that impacts on its classification. While I am conscious and sensitive to encroachment of private property rights, it is necessary in some instances. And there are many circumstances where this happens in any case already. But where it will benefit the community or otherwise advance the public interest is an appropriate point of time to be doing that. So heritage listing, in my view, is not necessarily the impediment that some may think. Often heritage conservation improves the value of a property. Similarly, there are many mechanisms the council can introduce to assist the owners of heritage listed properties with approvals and fast tracking and conservation, both in terms of streamlining process and financial incentives. So I would ask that the city and the council, through the next budget process, look to help landowners better understand the implications of heritage and look at these mechanisms available to assist owners of heritage properties.
30 seconds remaining, Councillor Lees.
Homeowners come and go. The average period of home ownership in Perth is around 12 years, but heritage places once gone cannot be replaced. They are gone for good. So I am of the view that we should do everything we can to ensure our heritage survey and the heritage list meet best practice and the requirements of our strategic documents. We need to think long and hard about not including important places of significant cultural heritage significance on the city heritage list. And then, unless there are exceptional circumstances, we should be following the advice of heritage experts.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. It's time. Councillor Raison, you seconded the motion. Would you like to provide reasons with regards to seconding this amendment?
Yes. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I think, as already been noted, we have only just received this amendment to substantive motion this afternoon, and I appreciate that everybody's been doing the very best that they can to sort of formalise everything in the right order. And one issue that's really on my mind, I suppose, is it's been touched on briefly by Councillor Howling about us looking at this in the past and decision being made and then being seen to revisit this again. But I understand that it's just seen it as a review. Is that mine? Can I just ask if that's how you're expressing what we are actually doing? That we're just reviewing these places again for the categories?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Raison.
Okay. I wonder if we can have an indication of the costing involved in I'm happy to for this to be taken on notice of each specific place review.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. For the administration, do you have an estimate of the costing, or would you need to take this question on notice?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to take it on notice. The city had received a previous indication for place-specific reviews, but that was done a year or so ago. So I'd like to check with consultants to see if any of the costs have changed.
Thank you, Director Shaw. We'll take that on notice. Councillor Raison, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. And the only thing that I'd like to add in terms of private property rights is I agree with Councillor Howling in terms of development, the scope, but the significant powers that do result from any property going onto the heritage list. My understanding is that going beyond the development approvals, that power also gives local government an ability to direct an owner to make to take maintenance action or to conserve a property. It also has a power that the local government can then enter a property if those works are not done, and then can on-charge those costs to the owner of the property. So I'm just foreshadowing that from my point of view, I do consider places that are not on the State Heritage Register going onto our heritage list very significant. And as I sort of intimated last week, I also have some concerns if that happens on the basis of only one expert. So it's not entirely relevant directly to this, but just, I guess, to give the context of how I'm seeing how this is all sort of playing out in the longer term. Thank you for the opportunity to give those thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Could I ask anyone who would want to speak against the amendment motion? Thank you. Councillor Howling.
Thank you. Obviously we've only just received this. So I've brought up the motion which was passed in June now. I've heard what Councillor Lees said. That is that she wishes that the council reconsiders the places and changes the decision, obviously, of the June meeting. And I've also heard what Councillor Raison says, and that is that we are in the process of reviewing categories. The decision that was made on the 24th of June 2025, and consistent with good governance, we should respect the decision which was then made by the council, and that was that various of the places, and almost all of the places as far as I can see, as it stands, was expressly adopted by this local government at the time and by this council. I respect the decisions that are made of this council at that time. I understand what I believe to be said, and that is that it was not a decision that was expressly made with having in our possession at that time, and that is the council at that time, a full heritage survey. Nevertheless, I believe that we can look at the decisions that were made at that point, respect the decision that was made at that point, and for the sake of good governance, accept that that was the process through which a differently constituted but nevertheless fully qualified council came to. Now, for us to go through the process of then changing the classification again, because that's what the decision was, and that's the June 24 decision, that council adopts the draft local heritage survey subject to modifications in the following classifications of significance, and it goes through and then lists those items from L2 to L3, etc. And most of them L2 to L3, apart from one, which was L3 to L4, and that was place 91, 5, 7 and 9 Queen Street. Notwithstanding the ruling that you made, I say that not just for that reason, that is that we find ourselves in the process of changing a decision made by a validly constituted council at that particular point in time. I say that now, for these substantive reasons, we ought to reject this as a process. It is not a process that comes to us afresh with having looked at all of these places a year or two down the track and saying, let's re-look at our heritage survey. I listened carefully to some of the deputations last week. Some of them were made very well, and some of them said, you really have made it a little bit ad hoc. And whereas I may personally feel that, it is not for me to criticise the council's decisions as they have been made. And for that reason, I respect the decision. I respect the discretion of each one of those persons sitting around the table in June of 2025 who came to the decision not to include these places, or at least amend these places on the Heritage Survey. Now, what's proposed is precisely the same, and that is that these places be included to request the Chief Executive Officer to undertake a review of the following places in the local heritage survey and, where relevant, ensuring the significant statements or statements of significance. Now, if that's not a change of a decision which has been made only very recently, I don't know what could ever be. But for a substantive reason, I'm now putting, not for a procedural motion, that we must stick to the process of good governance. And that involves at least receiving a little bit more time than the 5 minutes I had to consider this. It also includes us not trying to revisit decisions that had already been made unless it's done in a package basis. And it also includes us making sure that the way within which we approach decision making at least respects the previous decisions that had been properly made. I accept what Councillor Reslin says, and that is that private property rights are dear to her heart and significant. And she identified further powers which are possible. That's the right of entry into people's property. And I say that if the council previously had rejected these properties, I accept and respect that the decision must have been made with a proper basis, with people having carefully considered and exercised their discretion in favour of removing these places, and for that reason I speak against the motion to now include the places again for reconsideration through the process which has been identified. So those are my reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Would anyone like to speak in favour of this amendment motion? I'll have a few words to say, and I'll keep it fairly brief. The request before us tonight is to consider an additional list of items that had previously been brought to Council on several occasions. The request is quite simple. It's to undertake a place-specific review of these places within the city. I understand most of these had already been previously listed as a Category 2 as part of the review undertaken by an independent review and consultant specialising in heritage. So I consider that this is no different from what is actually being presented with regard to the First Amendment to undertake a review and asking the CEO to complete this process to ensure that we've undertaken a proper process. I don't consider that this to be a major concern with regard to a decision that was previously made. And I will have a few questions of the administration in a minute, but before I do wrap up, is there any other councillor who would actually like to speak in favour or against this item?
I've got some questions.
Yeah, some questions. Councillor D'Souza?
Thank you. Through the chair, the previous consultant that we hired to do the independent review, if I recall correctly, and I might be wrong, that cost was about $80,000. Is that correct, Ms. Shaw?
Director Shaw?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just reviewing the report. I'll see if I have the costing in there. No, apologies, I don't have the costs on hand. I'll need to take that on notice.
Thank you, Director Shaw and Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, through the chair. So would this motion appropriately require a budget provision for an estimated cost, given that it doesn't currently have that?
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Director Shaw, are you able to answer this at the moment, or do you need to take this on notice as well?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have funds for consulting services, generic consulting services. However, depending on the cost estimates provided by a consultant, it may require a separate budget allocation from council. So until such time that I've received some estimates, I would need to take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Councillors, are there any further questions? Does anyone? Yes, Councillor Raison, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. One of the questions I have is just to understand the logic now that Councillor Hellings pointed out, which I wasn't aware that this has been considered before. It looks to me, and I'm happy to be corrected, that some places have been included, Councillor Lees, but some haven't, that were considered in that, back in that June meeting. And the rationale for including these places and not other places.
Thank you, Councillor Raison.
If I can, through the chair, if I can answer that. So I just want to reflect on the actual decision in June. So this is decision 0625-103. That council adopts the draft local heritage survey subject to modifications to the following classifications of significance. Place number 34, residence, number 426 Canning Highway, Como, L2 to L3. Place number 37, commercial premises, number 91 Coode Street, South Perth, from L2 to L3. Place number 90, residence 2 Parker Street, South Perth, from L2 to L3. And place number 91572 Queen Street, South Perth, L3 to L4. The proposed amendment is simply to add a number of places to the review. It is not asking to change or modify the category. It is not asking to remove or add items to the heritage survey. It is simply to do a review. Had the proposed amendment suggested to change categories or to remove or add additional properties or places to the heritage survey, then there's a possibility that a revocation motion may be required. In this case, we are not changing the decision of the June meeting, or what's being proposed is not actually changing the decision, is asking for a review. There is nothing in the amendment that suggests that there's a request to change the category or add or remove places from the heritage survey.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillors, does anyone else want to speak for or against the item? Councillor Prindiville.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be speaking against the item. Again, I acknowledge this is a massive topic to be thrown into for the new councillors. There's a few reasons I cannot support this amendment. As we've discussed, most of these places are homes, and we've already heard from most of these homeowners. We deliberated over these particular homes, and I made a decision based on conversations with the residents and others. I feel particularly strongly towards part 3, as I do not support placing this home on our heritage list. Council voted to remove this home from the list for the purposes of advertising in August of this year, not very long ago. And this amendment removes all fairness for these homeowners, in fact blindsiding them. They don't know this is happening, or they may very well not know. I do find this really concerning, and I urge councillors not to take this lightly. We may not be directly changing categories, but we are opening these homes and these places up to a category change, which isn't fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prindiville. I have a question for the administration, just with regard to the new item point 3 included in this amendment, and it does raise the advertising of place number 85. Could the administration confirm if this raises any concerns with regard to amending a previous decision, given that this is only to advertise at this point in time?
Through the chair, I've actually now just had an opportunity to look at the August decision. The August decision was specific that that place be removed. So I'm happy to rephrase my advice that the first point of the amendment doesn't require a revocation, but point 3 most likely would on reflection.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillors, does anyone else want to speak for or against this item? Understanding that the concern with regard to point 3 goes against the previous decision.
Through the chair, my recommendation is possibly if the mover and seconder were prepared to remove point 3, so that can be, if necessary, be dealt separately. But the first part of the amendment, I think, is still valid.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, would you propose to move point 3 to your amendment regarding the advertising for place number 85?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and CEO. If that means that this will proceed with the place-specific reviews, or the motion will proceed otherwise, I'm happy to do that reluctantly at this time. I would note that while Councillor Prindiville has mentioned, am I allowed to? She's mentioned that this.
Shouldn't be debating.
Yeah.
Yes or no.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes.
The seconder needs to agree to it.
And thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillor Raison, you seconded this item, and would you approve the removal of point 3 regarding advertising for place number 85?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I actually am still, I'm sorry about this, trying to still work out exactly, I understand those first 5 places in relation, so in order to make that decision, I think I need to understand first. Item 1, if I'm understanding correctly, the first 5 places were dealt with at the June meeting, but I'm still trying to work out place number 87 and place number 82, the last 2. If I can just have some help with that.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, so in the June meeting, Council adopted the local heritage survey that has a list of properties, places, and it assigned a relevant category from 1 to 4. So these properties are in the local heritage strategy, local heritage survey. Then Council decided in August to advertise certain properties, and that was basically on the basis that they were either a category 1 or a category 2. That was the basis for the administration's recommendation. What's being proposed in the first part of the amendment is to do a place-specific review. We cannot speculate on what that review will actually deliver, and for what Council knows at the moment, it may actually confirm the current category that's in the current survey. But that would be a future consideration of Council when it sees the results of those place reviews, similar to the first amendment, which was asking for a place-specific review of certain properties. The second part, though, that refers to advertising. Now, that was considered by Council in August, and Council made a very specific decision in regards to what places would be advertised for the local heritage list, and actually made a specific decision not to include place number 85 in that resolution. So in that case, that is a change to a Council decision, and it's a relatively recent Council decision. It could still be considered by Council to change that, but we would have to go through the revocation process, which would require a third of Council to support the change and an absolute majority of Council decision to actually implement the change to that decision. So what I have suggested in order to progress the meeting is part 1 of the proposed amendment doesn't require a revocation, because at the moment we can't speculate on what the review will actually provide council. However, part 2, which is the new part 3 to the substantive motion, would actually require a change to that August decision, and therefore it most likely would require a revocation. And in all essence, it probably should be considered separately. So part 1 doesn't require a revocation, so that could be considered, debated and resolved by council right now. Part 2, which is the new part 3, would actually have to have a third councillor support that motion before it could be voted on, and it would have to receive an absolute majority decision, which be 5 councillors would need to support that change.
Thank you for that clarification. I think...
Can I just bring a point of order? Sorry, for Councillor Rezon. Point of order, Deputy Mayor. The provision, Regulation 10.1, expressly speaks about in a case where an attempt to revoke or change a decision is made within the previous 3 months. Now, August being within 3 months, it must be by absolute majority. So it's not 1/3 of the council. It's going to have to come to the council by absolute majority in accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Administration Regulations.
Thank you, Councillor Helling. I think the 1/3 of majority was actually to bring the revocation into place first before voting on.
Sorry, Mr Deputy Mayor, if that's the point that I'm making, it is 1, if a decision has been made and then there's an attempt to change that decision, you need an absolute majority. So it's possible to do what is being done, and that's the point, is that it must be by absolute majority. In any other case, by at least 1/3. But because we're within 3 months, August being within the 3-month period, it therefore requires that absolute
Through the
majority.
Chair, I'm happy to agree to that point, having reread the regulation. So it would actually take 5 councillors to support the motion for it to be changed. So that's why I've suggested that part 1 of the amendment be considered, because that doesn't require a revocation. Part 2 would. It's up to the mover and seconder whether or not they want to proceed and attempt to do the revocation, which would require 5 councillors to support the motion before it's even discussed.
Thank you, Mr CEO Scott. So currently as we stand, Councillor Lees has proposed and approved the removal of the point 3, the advertising place number 85, and Councillor Rezon has seconded this amendment, and the question before you is, do you approve the removal of that part?
I get my first question before considering that is whether, given we're now into sort of more complexities than we anticipated, partly just because of the time pressure of bringing this, is whether the entire motion is deferred, or do I need to go through the process first of making a decision about the one?
Through the Chair, we currently have a substantive motion before Council, which is the original officer's recommendation, which was subsequently amended by Councillor Howling. So there is a motion before Council. We have to deal with the amendment, and we can't defer the amendment. It's been effectively put. What we're trying to do is provide a pathway so that we can deal with the amendment, which would be ideally to remove the second part of the amendment and just deal with the first part. Council could then decide whether or not they accept that amendment, and then that either becomes the substantive motion, or it doesn't, and we return back to effectively the substantive motion that was created by Councillor Howling's amendment.
So if we do take that path through of splitting these into 2, and then they're voted down, it wouldn't be able to be considered again, unlike a deferral.
I think Councillor Raison, the proposal is to just remove the second part, which is the advertising for place number 85, and not include it as part of this amendment. So the only part that would stand would be part 1 with the place names proposed for specific review.
Okay, well, if that's the advice, then I'm happy to second that.
So, for council's clarity, so the current the amendment, given that it's been the change has been approved by both the mover and seconder, is that council is only considering the amendment of including the following places in part 2 of the current substantive motion. Is that relatively clear?
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item before we put it to the vote? Anyone speak for or against, or any questions with regard to this amendment? A question, Councillor Lees?
No, I'm just wondering if I get an opportunity to sum up.
Yes, you will. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further comments? Okay. Councillor Lees, you can now sum up your argument for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think this has been you can obviously see what a complicated process that we have come into at this point in time. It's been a long, protracted process before we got here, 2 years, and now we've had a very brief time to get our heads around how to improve the outcomes from my point of view. So it's unfortunate that 44 Angelo Street won't be included in the motion. From my point of view, it is of great heritage significance and great rarity. It is there are similar places, residences by J.J. or Talbot Hobbs included on other local heritage lists, and I think it is a sad day if before the place-specific review is undertaken, that building were to be demolished. And I think while Councillor Prendeville talked about fairness for the landowners, I think in this case, I would be looking at fairness for the majority of the community, and that is my greatest concern. This is something that is very valuable, and if it's lost, that would be devastating. So I would also like to respond to Councillor Raison's comments about the undertaking conservation works and the possibility that people might be required to let administration go into their homes and be forced to pay for the cost of conservation works. I think this is very much the worst case scenario. I haven't seen it happen over my time as a planner. Well, I shouldn't say I haven't, but it's in rare cases where those places have been allowed to deteriorate to the point where they're no longer of any heritage significance and effectively get removed from the list. So that's why that was included in the updates to the Heritage Act most recently. Budget provision, I note that the question was raised about that. I'm assuming that the addition of the places that I'm suggesting to the list that was already adopted before this amendment, in the prior amendment, is not going to be significant. So I'm hoping that that will be within the funds that are currently available. The recommendation, I listened to the deputations last week. I've been in the council chambers when it's been discussed previously. I think this has been a very long and complex process, and many in the community are understandably concerned about the way it's progressed. My recommendation is not to add those places to the heritage survey. My recommendation, as indicated by the acting CEO is to undertake place-specific reviews. And that follows on from the amendment by Councillor Howling. A survey, in my mind, is an evolving document. A heritage list is also an evolving document. A place-specific review will allow the council to consider allow the council to consider the survey evolving in the future. So I don't see that it is the issue that it's being raised, but obviously I'm not a governance expert and I've only just come to the council. So I would like to sum up by saying that while I recognise the complexity and sensitivities involved in heritage listing, I believe that it is essential we uphold transparency and reflect expert advice and community values in our decision making. It is imperative that we adopt a heritage list without delay. Our unique heritage sites are irreplaceable assets and contribute deeply to the character and identity of our city. While some may think that many in the community not place a high priority on heritage protection, it is when these places are proposed for demolition that we see the real place they hold in our community's hearts.
Sorry, Councillor Lees, your 5 minutes is up. Councillors, I'd like to grant Councillor Lee a further 5 minutes. Can I ask, there's no extension, thank you.
Nope.
Unfortunately, there is no extension, Councillor Lees.
I wasn't
You
aware
will
of
not be
that.
granted more time. Thank you, Councillor Lees. On that note, I will put this amendment to the vote, and to be clear, only part 1, including the following places, to part 2, so that's to undertake the place-specific reviews to amend Councillor Howling's motion, and they include place number 20, 34, 37, 90, 91, that includes 579 Queen Streets, place number 87 and place number 82. If I could put that to the vote, please. Thank you, councillors. And the motion failed 5-2. Those voting for were Deputy Mayor Brenda Brandis, me, Councillor Lees. Those voting against the motion are Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Howling, Councillor Prindiville, Councillor Raison and Councillor Wall. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We move back to the substantive motion now. So we have heard from the mover and also the seconder for the substantive motion. So we're back to the substantive motion, and I will now ask for anyone who would like to speak against the substantive motion. Thank you, councillors. Does anyone want to speak against the substantive motion? Would anyone like to speak in favour of the substantive motion? Does anyone have any questions with regard to the substantive motion? Thank you, councillors. On that note, we'll put this to the vote. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. That was unanimous, and the substantive motion has been passed with the amendment. Thank you. If someone can please ask the Mayor to return to the chamber. And prior to returning to council and for the mayor's return, we'll take a 5-minute adjournment for everyone to have a refreshment break. Thank you.
minutes, so I'll just check with governance to see if we're back online. Yes, we are. Okay. All right. So we've just dealt with item 10.1.1. We now move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.1.2, entitled Proposed Lease of Lot 500 on Deposited Plan 430041 for a boat shed. I haven't received any alternative motions or any amendments. There is an officer recommendation before us. Would someone like to move the officer recommendation? Councillor Howling, anyone to second? Councillor Raison, I think, was first to be second there. Councillor Howling, anything to say as mover?
Thank you. The proposed lease of Lot 500 has been a long time in coming. There's been various questions which have been asked about the nature and extent of the lease. It falls within what is necessary and important for children to enjoy rowing on the Swan River. It's a welcome addition and improvement to what otherwise may have been considered to be somewhat of a dilapidated shed. I thank the hard work that the administration have put into getting the lease to this particular point, and I therefore endorse entirely what the proposed lease stands for, what it does for our community, and how it supports those of the children who enjoy, no doubt, rowing in the mornings, improving a shed which is otherwise becoming somewhat dilapidated. So thank you to the administration, and thanks to the previous council for having gotten to the point that we can go through the process of entering into a lease. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillor Raison, anything to say as seconder?
Very briefly, I'm very supportive of anything that encourages children in our community to be able to play sport or be outside. Oh, sorry, microphone. Apologies, Mr. Mayor. Just in general terms, I'm very supportive of any initiatives that encourage children to be outside and to be engaged in sport in our community. Last week, I did ask a question about the shared sewer infrastructure agreement, and just as a suggestion going forward, whether or not, if there is another agreement like that that's running alongside something like a lease, whether it can be included as a condition just to be considered to tie them together from a legal point of view. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Councillors, does anyone, it was obviously pulled out for a reason. Councillor Russell, any questions?
No. In fact, I wish to speak against the item.
Please proceed.
Because I find the terms of the proposed lease agreement too generous to the lessee and therefore not benefiting the ratepayer, in my opinion, will in effect overly subsidise this lease, nor is it fair to other community groups that rely upon leases with the city. So to be specific, one, with respect, I disagree with the city that the lessee falls under not-for-profit sporting organisations per policy P609. Per the proposed lease, the lessee is with Wesley College. Wesley College is not a sporting organisation. In my view, Wesley College as a minimum falls under not-for-profit community associations, government bodies, committees and associations, which allows for a minimum of $1,000 per annum lease and a maximum lease term of 5 years with a 5-year option. With respect to the latter, the proposed lease is not therefore in alignment with the policy. Point 2, as P609 not-for-profit community associations, etc., only requires a lease of minimum $1,000 per annum, then no maximum exists. For me, the lease should therefore be a function of the lessee's capacity to pay, and I believe this would be reasonably viewed by the district's ratepayers. I would agree that $3,000 per annum would be reasonable for a community organisation that has a limited revenue stream, yet still runs an operation on the smell of an oily rag. However, Wesley College is simply not that type of organisation. If Wesley College has the capacity to fund tens of millions of dollars in capital investments, then it certainly has the capacity to fund a lease magnitudes greater than $3,000 per annum. In summary, I find the lease term and the annual lease too advantageous to the lessee and therefore to the disadvantage to the ratepayer. Additionally, because of the term and lease amount, the proposed lease gives Wesley College the same equivalence to many community-based sporting and cultural organisations operating under a city lease. I believe many within the city would not find this fair nor equitable, and therefore not align with the P609 policy objective, which requires fairness in the disposal of city property by lease. Under the current terms, I simply cannot put my name against this proposed lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the officer recommendation? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the officer recommendation? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I, at the outset, would like to say that I'm also supportive of sport, children's involvement in sport and in rowing specifically. And this development will proceed, subject to the lease being finalised. But so it's not a question of whether or not, for me, at this time, the development proceeds. It's more about getting appropriate lease terms for the community. And I don't believe that, well, I'm concerned, I must say, that the lease terms don't meet the community's expectations for what is a large piece of prime foreshore land. The rental amount does not seem to be reflective of the significance of the location, bearing in mind that rental amounts for any not-for-profit anywhere within the city are to be a minimum of $1,000 under the Council's policy P609. Many of these not-for-profits are operating on shoestring budgets in far less prominent locations, so I have a concern with the amount that's now proposed for this prime location. While I understand that, strictly speaking, Wesley fits within the definition of a not-for-profit, I am unsure if they fit within the community's understanding of a not-for-profit, and the capacity to pay is significantly different to most other not-for-profits within our community. I'm surprised that policy P609 also doesn't take into account the area of the lease when determining rents. My understanding is that the current lease is $1,000 for 463 square metres, with a dilapidated building, as Councillor Howling said, and the new lease will be $3,000 for 1,232 square metres and a significantly larger floor area. I also note that under policy P609, leases for not-for-profits are to be for a period of 5 years with a 5-year option. While I understand that the development of the boat shed is a significant capital investment for Wesley and they are seeking security of tenure, the disparity between the standard 5-year period and 21-year period is significant. My understanding is the management order says that they can have up to 21 years, but it is not a minimum amount, a minimum time period. So to sum up, I believe that the proposed lease terms do not align with the community's best interests and do not represent an appropriate financial return for prime land. On this basis, I think the city should be looking to renegotiate the lease as quickly as possible, in everyone's interest, to gain a more reasonable deal for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. Councillors, is there anyone who hasn't spoken? Question, Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question with regard to the lease fee that we're proposing here, and whether we've got other examples of not-for-profits in the city that we charge higher amounts to for making land and space available, or is this sort of like a benchmark amount?
Who should I direct that one to? Is that Ms Fryer?
I'm sorry, I don't actually have that information in front of me, but we can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you very much.
I guess I might ask a couple of questions at this point, because I must confess I didn't foresee the debate taking this turn. there's no alternative motion before us. There's no amendment before us. What is the consequences of a no vote on this item? And I'm not sure who I should be directing that to. Any volunteers? Mr. Scott.
I'll attempt. A no vote would mean that no decision is made, and potentially the matter would have to be represented. I would suggest that prior to it being represented, that there be a council briefing on the matter to discuss, to ensure that all relevant questions are raised and can be responded to prior to the matter being reconsidered.
And I guess my next question, without saying that I'll move a deferral, but what would be the difference between a no vote and this item being deferred until next month's meeting? Are there any consequences if that were to happen?
I can't foresee any consequences for council. It just may obviously delay any plans associated with the redevelopment, because obviously the redevelopment can't occur until a lease has been agreed to.
I guess my third question then is, are we aware of any particularly adverse consequences that might be experienced by Wesley College if there were a 1 month delay on a decision on this item? And who should I send that to? Ms. Fry?
My understanding is this is the last piece of the puzzle, so until the lease is signed and executed, they can't start the development.
All right, those are my questions. I'm going to give someone else a go while I turn over a few things in my mind. Does anyone wish to speak either for or against the officer recommendation who hasn't already spoken? Councillor Waugh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour. I think that this proposal is a sensitive and it's a community-minded proposal that builds on a long history of rowing within our city. Wesley's current shed dates back to the 1950s. Its modest, ageing facility no longer meets the needs of the hundreds of students who use it every season. The new purpose-built shed will not only replace the outdated infrastructure, but it'll also enable both Wesley and Penrose College to share one site, expanding opportunities for young people to participate in rowing and water-based recreation, and in particular Penrose, who are now, I understand, formally coming into, they haven't had a right to use it before, and I understand that they might be entering into that. In any event, Wesley has had a long tradition of opening its facilities to our community, including both its gym and its swimming pool. They don't have to do that, but they do that. This partnership model benefits not just the students, but it also benefits our local clubs, our schools and our residents who already make use of these spaces. We have a significant shortage in our city of community facilities. The new boat shed continues that spirit of shared access, one that aligns with our city's commitment to inclusivity and the promotion of active, healthy lifestyles. The fact that Wesley and Penrose are, from what I understand, working together means that there's one application, not two. The lease before us does not change the use of the land. It remains dedicated for recreation boat shed, purposes under the management order. What this decision does is it provides the security of tenure needed to underpin a significant capital investment, one that not only enhances our foreshore and encourages physical activity of our children within our community, and strengthens community ties through sport. The project sits squarely within Node 2 of the South Perth Foreshore Strategy and Management Plan, which calls for improved facilities, family-friendly recreation and greater opportunities for water-based activity at Coode Street. The new design will even open up more of the foreshore to public access, ensuring wider community benefits from an improved and better connected space. The City has worked closely with the Department of Lands to finalise the tenure and has ensured that all legal and survey costs have been borne by the lessee. The modest rent of $3,000 per year reflects our policy for not-for-profit educational institutions, providing a fair return without burdening ratepayers. So by supporting this item, it's my view that we are affirming our city's values of partnership, recreation and community connectivity. We'll also send a clear message to our local schools that the City of South Perth values collaborations that fosters youth development, wellbeing and civic pride. And I would say the same regardless of whether it was a public school or a private school, because I do not discriminate between the children of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against the officer recommendation who hasn't already spoken? You may.
So can through the Mayor, can it be confirmed or indicated for me whether a renegotiation is possible in the terms of the lease that would not necessarily take a long period of time? I mean, I'm not sure how long lease negotiations take, which would not mean, and that the decision would not necessarily mean that the development's not going to proceed. It's a renegotiation.
Ms Fry, can I send that your way?
Yeah, if we have to go back out to renegotiation, that could take a little bit of time. And then we're also coming towards the end of the year. So by the time it came to council for a decision, the terms, we could be looking at early next year, February at this stage.
Okay. But
Thank you, Ms Fry. Councillors, anyone wishing to speak? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll speak in favour of the motion. Those opposed to the motion have mentioned a potential renegotiation, which I don't see how it would actually work. There's been no alternative motion presented, which would typically set out revised parameters for negotiation. Wesley will likely be blindsided by this, having worked in good faith with the city for the past while to get to this point. I think it'll be more than a 1 month delay if the renegotiation isn't to certain sort of standards based on certain councillors' views. I think it's a very dangerous process to knock back a lease at such a late stage. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Brenda Brandis, I thought I saw your hand go up.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm talking to the item. Not sure for or against at this point in time. I think, firstly, I appreciate that a decision needs to be made quite rapidly in order for development to progress. On the other hand, I also appreciate that institutions like these do not pay the city any rates, and that was a question that was confirmed last week, so we don't receive any rates revenue. Part of our strategy is also to consider income diversification, and it's by no means to consider that you charge exorbitant amounts on this type of lease arrangement to an institution like Wesley. I do consider, though, that based on the categorisation of this as a not-for-profit, there'd probably be a better justification and reasoning to actually request a fairer contribution of funding for this lease arrangement. I could only imagine that the administration's time to prepare the documentation and negotiate and liaise would be outstripped by the amount of this lease. Also, just commenting on not accepting this tonight, not passing this motion, it's been indicated that no decision would actually be made, so it means that, yes, well, we can bring it back with a different value. Yes, for those reasons, I am a little bit concerned about either not passing this motion, but also not reflecting a more fair and equitable lease charge on an annual basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Brandis. I question Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just be advised, because I'm new to the council, I haven't been involved in the process up to this date. Have the lease terms been bought before the council prior to this for Wesley? Because I note that it was said that we are considering this, or we're talking about this late in the day, but I'm not sure if it's been considered by the council earlier in the process.
Ms Fry?
No, I don't believe it has.
All right. I guess I'll ask a question at this point. Obviously, the officer recommendation is for an annual rent of $3,000 plus GST. And if I recall correctly from looking at the fine print in the attachments, that's linked to CPI reviews, I think, annually. Yes. Okay. I also note from the officer report that there's a significant capital contribution being made by Wesley. I guess my question is, and I'm not sure which officer it's directed to, is on what basis, I suppose, would the city officers say to councillors, this is how we've arrived at the annual rental of $3,000 per annum? Who should I direct that to? Mr. Scott? Ms. Fry?
The officers have worked within the parameters of that policy. So the only place where they've kind of deviated a little bit is with the term, because that's in order of, in line with the management order. And I do note that the policy is due to come back to council once we get the new CEO and director to do a workshop on that, so that we can cover off on these sort of things a little bit better.
All right, on that basis I'll speak, and I'll speak in favour of the officer recommendation. I hear the councillors who have said, you know, maybe an institution like Wesley College could afford to pay more. I hear that loud and clear. If this had been raised perhaps a week ago, with someone saying they wanted to pass an amendment or raise an alternative motion, I certainly would have listened. I don't know how I would have come out in terms of what was decided, but at least then I would have had the opportunity to seek advice from the city administration to get a sense of how much capital Wesley is paying for this project, and I suppose gauge the reasonableness of any alternative proposals. But it's really hard to do that in the council chamber. It's really hard to do that when we're in a formal, rigid setting like where we are right now. In theory, I could vote no, or I could adjourn debate right now and bring it back next month, but I have no idea what prejudice would be suffered by Wesley and how much that might potentially cost them in terms of having to add an extra month to their plans. It might be nothing, it might be significant, I just don't know. The officers have worked within the framework of the policies that this council has set previously, and that's their job. We set policies, they make recommendations based on the policy frameworks that we create for them. I've never liked the idea of trying to fix problems downstream. I've always thought, for example, if we're talking about statutory planning decisions, fix it upstream at the strategic planning level. Don't try and fix it downstream when recommendations are made on the basis of our statutory planning framework. So, on balance, and given the information that's available to me at this time, I will go with the officer recommendation, but maybe there's a lesson in here for us in here somewhere. That's all I'm going to say. Is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against who hasn't spoken yet? No. Okay. Councillor Howling, you were the person to move the motion. You have 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made against the officer recommendation, if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question of whether or not the terms are too generous is one which is subjective, and none of us have the ability to make a decision in respect of. Evaluation exercise of a property on the fair shores of the Swan River would be almost impossible to endeavour to estimate in terms of what its rental value should be, particularly where it's used for children, for a boat shed, to engage in educational activities, which is the purpose for which it is presently under management. It's a management order given to the city on the 15th of October 2024. The Minister granted approval after this council had recommended against doing so It has now got a lease before it. This council ought not to now reject a lease which is being put in usual terms other than the amount of the payment. The only deviation that I can see from a brief look at policy P609 is in reality the 21 years, which is consistent with the management order. It is not unknown for a minister to say, well, if you're unable to manage this area, then we will remove this area from your management order, and the minister is then able to make the decision himself. I think that at the present time, we ought properly to respect the fact that we are dealing here with a not-for-profit organisation who do not make super profits as suggested, because they are not for profit. All of the money that they put back into the community is putting it back into our children, the children of South Perth, the children who go to school there, the children who enjoy the activities on the Swan River. I'm not against children, but to say that I'm not against children and then vote this down with the greatest of respect is to deny an opportunity for the re-establishment of this facility. It will be there, but it's the re-establishment of this facility by way of renewal that this local government ought properly to capture and capitalise on, because we will see a renewal of a shed which has become dilapidated over the period of time to a facility which I commend the administration for working so closely with the applicants on, and resulting in a rowing shed which, at least on the drawings that I've been able to look at, appears to be aesthetically pleasing, much more aesthetically pleasing than what's before us or that's there at the present. This is not about renegotiation of the terms, because the terms are just usual lease terms. These are terms of leases that I see, or that anybody within legal practice will see on a daily basis. Nothing surprising. What's the problem with this particular lease is that some people think that Wesley somehow are receiving an advantage. Wesley are not receiving an advantage. They are doing what everybody else does, and the way you have to deal with them in the way within which the policy sets it out, and we have to deal with them in the right way. I adopt what Councillor De Souza said. It'd be not only inappropriate, it'd be improper to now blindside Wesley by endeavouring to renegotiate something which has already been negotiated. We will look very poor. We will lose the trust not only of the community but of Wesley. It'll make it look like we don't know what we're doing in advance. I adopt what the Mayor said. If we're going to do this, we do this by adoption of an amendment to the policy in advance. We don't make decisions such as this on the run. The administration have gone in and negotiated in good faith, and they don't expect us to pull the towel or the rug away from underneath them when they come to making the decision. They have to be able to negotiate in good faith. I commend the administration for doing so. Let's get on with it. It's been a year since they've received their development approval. We've got a lease before us. Let's move forward, because that's the right thing to do for the kids of our community. So I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Councillors, I'm putting the officer recommendation to the vote. Please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. Those who voted in favour of the officer recommendation were Councillor De Souza, Councillor Howling, Mayor Milner, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Raison and Councillor Waugh. Those who voted against were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Lees and Councillor Russell. Okay. We now move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.3.1, entitled Proposed Home Business Art and Tattoo Studio, Lot 2, number 71 Strickland Street, South Perth. Councillor Howling, I understand that you have an alternative motion that you'd wish to move. I usually do allow councillors to move their alternative motions first, so if you would like to move your alternative motion, I might get you to, that's a long one, but if you could read the text of the alternative motion itself, not the reasons, just the alternative motion, and then I'll see about a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The alternative motion is that Council, pursuant to clause 68.2 of the Schedule 2 of the Planning and Development Local Scheme Regulations 2015 and the provisions of the City of South Perth Local Planning Scheme number 7, refuse the application for development approval for a home business, art and tattoo studio on Lot 2, number 71 Strickland Street, South Perth, for the following reasons. 1, the proposed development is inconsistent with the definition of home business in the local planning scheme by generating traffic difficulties and adverse amenity impacts. 2, the proposed development does not satisfy the objectives of the residential zone, as the proposed development is not considered to be compatible with or complementary to the residential development. 3, the proposed development does not satisfy clause 67(2)(n) of the Planning and Development Local Scheme Regulations 2015, as the proposed development will detract from amenity of the locality. And 4, the proposed development does not satisfy clause 67(2)(r) of the Planning and Development Local Scheme Regulations 2015 in respect to the suitability of the land for development, taking into account the possibility of risk to human health or safety due to the steep driveway and proximity to the pedestrian pathways. So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. Would anyone like to second Councillor Howling's alternative motion? Going, Councillor Waugh. Councillor Howling, the floor is yours if you'd like to give your reasons.
Thank you. This is a development proposal which we need to consider in light of the location and what the proposal is for. It's for a home business. In my view, it sits uncomfortably within the residential setting. I've visited the location. I have observed the very steep driveway, which extends for 30 metres with an awkward turnaround zone at the top of the driveway. I've also observed children walking up and down the street, and having pulled into the driveway and then reversed back out, I cannot simply see on either side, as a result of the high walls that are adjacent the immediate driveway. And so for that reason, a very significant issue that I have raised and raised in the agenda briefing was the issues associated with the steepness of the driveway, the lack of turning space at the top of the driveway, and the blind spot as one reverses back onto Strickland Street. School children do use the footpath. It is hard to see. High walls do prevent sight lines easily onto the footpath. And with street parking, which is already very limited, it is inevitable that the persons who will be attending this home business will drive up to the top, find themselves in a very awkward position for having to reverse their cars back out, and then reverse back down out of that driveway instead of driving forward because of the awkwardness of the way within which it's positioned. Additionally, I've reviewed aerial photography. Rarely, if ever, have I seen, at least on the aerial photography, that the driveway area at the top, which is the so-called turnaround zone, is being used for that purpose or for the purposes of parking. Instead, consistently, cars are parked within the driveway. That means that they are reversing out. An unfamiliar driver with that steep driveway and reversing out, where children are walking in that location, does give rise to a safety issue. It's put and said, at least in the agenda briefing, the extent to which this occurs is very limited. It's not a question of how often a child is walking up and down or how often a car is driving into the car park, into that driveway. It's a fact that we will be putting people onto that particular driveway who are unfamiliar with that particular location. Now, I don't know what a tattoo does to you, and I don't know whether or not you're in agony and pain. It looks like you are once you come out of the studio. I don't know whether that's going to have any further contribution. But I say that the test of safety is not to be assessed by how many cars are coming in and out, but it's to be assessed by the risk matrix with which most of us are used to. And that is, what is the nature and extent of the injury or the damage that could be caused by just even one car reversing over a driveway because they have sight lines which are affected as a consequence of those adjacent walls, where their car is 3 or 4 metres up the driveway and then they'll be upon children before they know it. Secondly, I accept the position put by the various of the submitters, and that is the persons who have objected to this proposal on the basis of amenity, and that's one of the reasons why I've opposed. Now, there's a number of, the test as now set out within Regulation 67N has of course replaced the tests as found within other cases, but those cases are often referred to, such as Tempora and the Shire of Kalamunda, where the amenity includes the identification of there's some expectation of the residents, how they feel about where they live. And what they've told us is that they feel that their residential area will be impacted, no matter by how few people are attending. Policing how many people attend is not only problematic, it's difficult, and there are so many now home businesses located within South Perth that it's not appropriate for us to just add to the problem yet again. Without our ability to properly be able to police these sorts of activities, we are seeing a detraction of the residential areas by creating home businesses throughout the locations. And for that reason, I say that the amenity considerations are also additionally of significant weight, together with the residential concerns who have opposed on the basis of amenity particularly, but also for the maintenance of their residential zone.
Councillor Howling, that's 5 minutes.
And for that
I'll move
reason,
a motion that you be granted a further 5 minutes.
It'll be for 10 seconds. And
I'll allow it then.
For that reason, I oppose the motion.
All right, great. Councillor Waugh, you're the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to start here by acknowledging that the applicants and recognising that they have clearly put thought and effort into presenting their proposal tonight. And I understand they're trying to establish a small business, and I want to be very clear that any comments that I make are not directed personally or with any prejudice towards the nature of the work. However, as councillors, we are required to make planning decisions based on suitability, not just of the use itself, but of the location, the scale and the amenity impacts on the surrounding residents. And that's where I have some concerns with this application. I also went and visited the property, and I noticed that it is on a quiet residential street. It is very close to a primary school. It is surrounded by, it's very highly built up around it with very clearly children living very close. We've received 6 objections out of 22 letters, which is quite high, and I think it's fair to say that that reflects the genuine concern about the changing character that a business of this nature might bring to what otherwise I think could quite adequately be characterised as a family-oriented area. So my particular concern relates to the site layout and the access. The driveway, as Councillor Howling has said, is quite long and narrow with no turning circle at the rear. I did drive all the way up it, and I did find a little bit of difficulty reversing all the way back out again. Onto a street that already carries school traffic, pedestrians, and in my view that does present obvious safety risks, especially given the proximity to the school. So I appreciate the business may not meet the technical definition of a home business in some respects, but I'm also not convinced that this is the right location for this particular use. And our role as councillors is to balance individual enterprise with neighbourhood amenity, and in this case I don't think that that is achieved. So I do genuinely wish the applicants well, and I do hope that there might be a more suitable location for them to operate from, but based on the planning merits and the community feedback and the safety considerations, I wouldn't be comfortable supporting the proposal before us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waugh. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the alternative motion? Councillor Russell?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, firstly, I would say that under a quasi-judicial planning matter, there is nothing improper for a local government member to form a different opinion or assessment outcome to the city recommendation, and for that opinion or assessment outcome to derive a different position. To say or believe otherwise, well, then a member might as well just delegate all planning matters to the city, and I'm certainly not in agreement with that approach. However, for this DA, I see no rational reason for refusal, and therefore I am in agreement with the city recommendation to approve. To address some of the reasons outlined in the alternative motion for refusal, it would seem they come down to safety and amenity. I would say that neither represents a meaningful step change. That is what is currently experienced by the applicant, the adjoining properties, or indeed by any resident within the city. The no outward appearance of a business, no note of additional waste collection, operations within doors, no note of significant noise, and the infrequency of client visits simply makes this so, particularly in regards to safety. If a safety risk assessment were to be performed and noting that the DA does not include any service vehicles requirements, as deliveries are by post only, and as there are pedestrian sight lines for vehicles exiting, then assessment would be deemed as already acceptable. That is, no mitigation would be required to make the DA so far as is reasonably practical. There is simply no basis for this refusal, to refuse this DA for safety nor amenity reasons. And to this effect, I wish to foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the alternative? Question, Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question with regard to the safety that's been raised as a concern. My understanding was that the administration considered the safety matter to be relatively low risk. Could the administration please comment on safety being a concern in this instance?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can provide some comments that were provided by the city's engineering services in response to the driveway, just only in relation to the driveway, that there were no specific regulations that would render the driveway unsafe for residential use by the owner or visitors.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Another question, Councillor Brenda Brandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director Shaw. With regard to the scale of activity, it is actually significantly low, 1 visitor per day and no more than 4 visitors per week. Comments were made about the impact of the scale and the impact on the amenity to the area with these visitors. Can the administration please provide comments as to whether this scale of activity would be unreasonable, inappropriate, or would detrimentally impact the neighbourhood?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's open to council to use its discretion in this respect. The officer recommendation has recommended that the application could be approved subject to appropriate conditions to restrict the hours of operation and such, to try and mitigate any potential impacts on the amenity of the locality. But it is a relevant planning consideration for council to consider the amenity of the locality, and council could form the view that the proposal does impact the amenity of the locality.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Another question, Councillor Brenda Brandis? No, okay. All right, Councillor Lees. Fire away.
Through the Mayor, the square meterage area of the proposed studio is 22 square metres. If it was 2 square metres less, am I right in understanding that would be considered a home occupation and would be a preferred use?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be considered a home occupation, it would need to meet all of the requirements of the definition of a home occupation, one of which is an area of no greater than 20 square metres, but amenity is also a relevant consideration in the definition of a home occupation.
Thank you, Ms Shaw.
Sorry, further question. So the reason it was advertised was because it's an A use and it's 2 square metres more than than a home occupation.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, though, because it exceeded the 20 square metres, it was considered that it could meet the definition of a home business and was therefore advertised.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. I think we're up to anyone who wishes to speak in favour of the alternative motion. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favour who hasn't spoken? Councillor Raison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I understand it, the local scheme generally permits businesses to be operated from home, but in this case, development approval is required. In considering whether to approve the proposal, I've considered the scheme, the administration's recommendation, the existing amenity of the area, the potential effect of the proposed business, the objections from nearby homeowners, and the email sent on behalf of the applicant today. Generally, there can be good reasons for a business to be operated from home. However, when I was meeting residents prior to the recent election, many concerns were raised with me about parking and traffic along Strickland Street. In fact, Strickland Street traffic management and parking were raised with me more than any other street in the area where I door knocked. I appreciate that some of these concerns might be ameliorated to some extent by the proposed conditions. However, I also note the proposed hours the business would operate are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. That includes busy times of day for people going to and from work and families dropping off and picking up their children from schools or extracurricular activities. This exacerbates my concerns about parking and traffic. These concerns might be eased to some extent if clients of the proposed business parked in the long driveway at the property, which I'm familiar with. However, there would be then safety concerns as some cars may reverse out of the long driveway and onto Strickland Street, including at busy times of day. As a result of these concerns and the objections of neighbouring homeowners, which as Councillor Wall pointed out, there were a number, I've decided not to approve the proposed development. There are two other matters to add. The first is that the proposed business is a tattoo and art studio and not another kind of business. In my view, this gives rise to understandable concerns on the part of the community as to the potential effect on the amenity of the area. The second is that I understand from last week's meeting that the business already exists but is operating from another place. In these circumstances, the business may be able to continue even if development approval is not granted. These are not easy things to weigh, and I think in the end it is of utmost importance to me really that while the business can be carried on elsewhere, the people who live in the area can't necessarily move and do the same. So they're my reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raison. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the alternative motion? Question, Councillor Brenda Brandis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have another question with regard to their proposed activities. So we are limiting the numbers to only a few people attending the property. Is that because the other part of their business is an art studio and they're also undertaking a lot of artwork? Was there any indication as to sort of what extent the split between, say, artwork, commissioned artwork and tattoos being undertaken?
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that the tattoos can take between 6 to 8 hours per day. It's provided by the applicant. Yep.
All right. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the alternative motion? Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am not convinced that a refusal of the proposed home business is justified on planning grounds or would stand up on appeal to the State Administrative Tribunal. The home business will be limited to 1 client per day and 4 per week and will not operate on weekends. So in terms of people coming and going, it's not excessive or inconsistent with a residential use. It's indoors, it's not going to generate excessive noise or odour, there will be no signage, and I don't think we can form a view that a tattoo studio will attract different anyone that might be undesirable. I myself don't have a tattoo, but I know that there is a majority of people that do, so I don't think that's really entirely relevant. So as indicated in the officer report, the nature of the activity and the scale of the use is unlikely to adversely impact the character or amenity of the area. In terms of traffic, given the maximum number of clients proposed and assuming that they all come by car, the number of vehicle movements that will be generated is low. It's 1 vehicle per day, but at a maximum 4 days a week. So while I acknowledge that the driveway is steep, this is an existing situation and the additional traffic generated by the use combined with that of the home still remains similar to what you would expect for a normal residential home. So on that basis, I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lees. A question, Councillor Wall?
Yes, please. I've got two questions, if I may. First of all is that I understand the question that was previously asked of Director Shaw, and the answer was tattoos can take 6 to 8 hours a day. I think the question there is, do all of the tattoos that they operate from the premises take 6 to 8 hours? Or, I mean, I know many people who have had many tattoos much shorter. Is that actually an express limitation on them, that they must be 6 to 8 hours? Or?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I don't think the intent from the advice from the applicant as to the 6 to 8 hours was that every tattoo would take up to 6 to 8 hours. Certainly some could be shorter.
Okay, and so on that basis, I understand that the 1 client per day and the 4 per week was based upon the 6 to 8 hours. That's not the case. That's actually what you're proposing.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, the hours of operation also include the other elements of the proposed business, which is contained in the proposal section of the report, which involves design, consultation, branding and digital marketing and the like.
Thank you, Ms Shaw.
And if I may, just again, can you tell me how the city enforces that limitation on people attending?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So typically the city acts on a complaints basis. So if we received complaints from neighbouring property owners that there were vehicles attending the property outside of the hours, that would be subject to a condition of approval. We would liaise with the applicant to try and undertake an investigation to determine whether or not the business was operating outside of any conditions of development approval.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Brenda Brandis, I thought I saw your hand go up. Question, I assume?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd actually like to talk against this alternative motion.
Please proceed.
So the administration have actually advised that there aren't any specific regulations that would render this driveway unsafe for residential use for the owner or visitors. No doubt this driveway has been in place for many years, and I'm not sure the driveway would continue to allow to be used if it was actually considered unsafe. So I'm not really convinced that safety is the issue here. The administration have also advised that the downgraded driveway, such as at 71 Strickland Street, is generally considered low risk. Now, we have children playing on all the streets across the entire district, and you know, we can't use one justification for one home-operated business to prevent the business proceeding based on there are children on the street. Because we've got operations, we've got other corner delis, we've got children that actually play within that vicinity. So look, the risk I think is there no matter where you are in the city. And I don't think the risk is any greater on Strickland Street. The feedback provided by the community were based primarily around parking, noise, which the administration have actually responded to. So, you know, with regard to the impact and the amenity for noise and parking, it's relatively low. There is off-street parking. There is going to be 1 car per day for only 4 days per week maximum. You may very well have a lot more visitors at your house on Strickland Street on a weekend taking up street parking. And this is actually really quite minimal. I'm not sure valid decision-making on these approval matters should be taken into account the nature of the business. I would expect if it was a different profession using a pen and ink, maybe an accountant or a lawyer, we would not be having this conversation tonight. So I feel that there's been more response to the nature of the business, and I don't think that's valid planning decision-making and should be brought into account, as opposed to whether there actually is really a safety issue. which the gradient of this street is not that dissimilar to quite a few other streets across the city. And I can refer to streets, in my ward that have got quite a steep gradient and have got narrow entrances, and yes, you'd consider them unsafe as well, but not too dissimilar in many ways to this particular street, which the administration have considered that it is not a relatively unsafe driveway. For these reasons, I think it's really appropriate that we actually support diverse business development. It is one way of also ensuring that we provide a little bit of activation within the community, allow people to go about their profession in a very controlled and very restricted way, as are the conditions attached to this approval. So for these reasons tonight, I do not support the alternate motion, and I would be supporting the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the alternative motion who hasn't spoken yet? No? Question, Councillor Brenda Abrandis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a question, and it just follows on from my response. Is the nature of the business considered valid when making a determination or taking opinions into account, such as in this instance?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The nature of the business is relevant in respect to how it relates to the amenity of the locality, which is a relevant planning consideration. So when we consider nature of the business, we're considering matters such as noise, light, etc., anything that could potentially have an impact on the amenity of the locality.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Brenda Abrandis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director Shaw. So just to clarify, for example, maybe something like a fish and chip shop operating from that residence would not be appropriate given high turnover, high volume and a lot of traffic.
Ms Shaw?
I thank you, Mr. Mayor. That would be considered a shop land use with an X use in the residential zone.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the alternative motion who hasn't spoken yet? I might say a few words. Councillors, I've read the alternative motion. I've read the written arguments given in support of the alternative motion, and I've listened to the verbal arguments presented in favour of the alternative motion. I hope I can persuade one or two people to change their minds, because I think we might be in danger of making a mistake here. I'm not persuaded by the reasons given in support of the alternative motion. I do think the City Officer recommendation for approval is correct, and I was going to foreshadow the Officer recommendation myself, but Councillor Russell has already done that, so no need for me to do so. Let me tell you why. The alternative motion proposes 4 reasons for refusing the applicant's development application. The first reason given by the alternative motion to refuse the application is that the development is inconsistent with the definition of home business, and the business would apparently generate traffic difficulties and adverse amenity impacts. But I don't think that's supported by the facts. Condition 2 of the officer recommendation limits the business to 1 client a day and 4 clients per week. That's not going to create traffic difficulties or adverse amenity impacts. There was a suggestion that the 1 client a day and 4 clients a week limitation might be hard to police, but I don't think we can go around refusing development applications on the assumption that a condition might not be complied with. I don't think that's fair. So, and if that wasn't enough, page 37 of the officer report expressly states that the development is compatible with its setting. So we can't refuse the application on that basis, not on the basis of the first reason given for the alternative motion. The second reason given by the alternative motion to refuse the application is that the proposed development apparently does not satisfy the objectives of the residential zone. But again, that does seem to be a statement of opinion and not one that's supported by the facts. Page 35 of the officer report states that the home business is a land use that can be considered within the residential zone, and the officer report expressly notes that the home business will be unobtrusive and will not impact adversely on the residential amenity of the area. So I can't accept the second reason given for this alternative motion. The third reason given by the alternative motion to refuse the application is that the proposed development apparently will detract from the amenity of the locality. Well, once again, that does seem to be a mere statement of opinion. It is directly contradicted by the officer report in front of us, and I'm specifically referring to pages 35, 36 and 37 of the officer report. And councillors, I remind you, we're talking about a business that is expressly limited to 1 client a day and 4 clients a week. That's not going to detract from the amenity of the locality. In fact, that's, in terms of the amount of traffic that it's going to generate, not much difference to an ordinary residential property. It's, people come in and out to go to work and drop off their kids and go to and from sports and other things. I don't think what we're talking about here is markedly different to any normal residential home. So I can't accept the third reason given for this alternative motion. The fourth reason given by this alternative motion to refuse the application is that the proposed development application apparently poses a, open quote, possible risk to human health or safety due to its steep driveway and proximity to pedestrian pathways, close quote. Well, okay, we certainly don't want risks to human health and safety. That sounds serious at first glance. But as it happens, Councillor Brenda Abrandis sent through some questions to the City Administration on this very issue late last night. So thank you to Councillor Brenda Abrandis for doing so, and thank you to the other councillors who sent through questions regarding this item. And I'd also like to thank the City staff for providing such prompt and informative answers under some fairly steep time constraints. Now, councillors, I know there's been a lot of emails today. I'd forgive councillors from not being across everything that's been provided by the administration today, but to help you, the specific email that I'm referring to here was sent to all councillors by Ms Shaw at 10:50 a.m. today. And in response to question 6 from Councillor Brenda Abrandis, the City's engineering services, who have very relevant expertise in these matters, that's 5 minutes, I'm going to have to interrupt myself. Would someone be kind enough to move? Yes, thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis, seconded by Councillor Waugh. Councillors, would you please cast a vote on whether I could be granted a further 5 minutes? That was unanimous. Thank you, councillors, for the indulgence. So we have the City's engineering services team, who have very relevant expertise in this area, have advised that, open quote, there are no specific regulations that would render the driveway unsafe for residential use by the owner or visitors, close quote, and that, open quote, no further conditions are warranted based on the current design and site observations. The driveway gradients are considered acceptable and pedestrian sightline truncations are adequate to maintain safety, close quote. So councillors, as far as I can tell, and based on the expert advice that we've been provided with, the fourth reason for this alternative motion is not supported by the relevant facts. And I think Councillor Brenda Abrandis made the very good point that the driveway is not dissimilar to a lot of other driveways in the city of South Perth, and it's not a terribly different use or more high volume usage of the driveway in question. There's nothing special about this. So I'm going to speak in very general terms just for a moment. Planning law is complex. That's why the city has a dedicated team of planning experts to provide us with advice and assist us in making statutory planning decisions. And statutory planning decisions are very important decisions. They're very consequential decisions. And as alluded to at the councillor briefing last night, we don't have an advocacy role when it comes to statutory planning decisions. We're approaching these decisions in our quasi-judicial role. We must be objective in our deliberations. If a development planning application comes along and it complies with the town planning scheme and it complies with the relevant legislation and regulations, we're obliged to grant approval to the development application. It doesn't matter whether we like the proposed development. It doesn't matter whether we would want a similar development next door to us. It doesn't matter whether we think the proposed development might be done in a different or better way. And that's not me speaking, that's directly from the Wowga course notes on planning years ago when I took that very course. Maybe they changed it in the following years, but that's what I was taught as to how we should approach planning matters. And I get it. It can be very hard for us councillors because we naturally want to look after our residents. We want to listen to what they've got to say. We were elected to serve as representatives of our community. And when a number of residents say they've got some concerns about a potential development, and there were 6 objections in respect of this application, naturally we want to help. I get it. I really do. But statutory planning decisions are different to other council decisions. We don't have an advocacy role. We have to act in that quasi-judicial capacity as though we are judges strictly applying planning law and only having regard to those considerations that the law deems to be valid planning considerations. That's a tough job. That's one of the toughest jobs that we have as councillors, but it is one of the jobs that we are required to perform. We are obliged to make statutory planning decisions according to planning law. Councillors, I have considered the arguments in support of this alternative motion, but with respect, the city officers have got it right. The development application complies with the city's planning framework. The applicant is entitled to see it approved. I'm voting against this alternative motion. That's me. Is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against who hasn't already spoken? No? In that case, I'll give Councillor Howling 5 minutes to rebut any arguments made against the alternative motion, and then I'll put this item to the vote, bearing in mind that Councillor Russell has foreshadowed the officer recommendation if the alternative motion is not carried. Councillor Howling, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, you said that it was a mistake to consider that there would be reasons why we shouldn't grant the approval. You further suggested in your submission that we are obliged to grant approval. That is not the case. This is a discretionary decision which is expressly reserved within the provisions of the town planning scheme as a discretionary decision. What we have to bring to bear is those matters which are contained in Regulation 67. Regulation 67 include the submissions which are made. Those submissions we shouldn't undermine. We shouldn't say that those persons who made those submissions made a mistake when they spoke about the amenity, because the questions of amenity are the sum expectation of the residents, and the residents are able to express what their expectations are. In fact, in the State Administrative Tribunal, the tribunal takes into account not only expert views, that is the views of the planners, but will also take into account the residents, who often will seek to become interveners or join to the application, or certainly, when the matter, if it ever proceeds, will need to express their view of the amenity of the location. For that reason, it is not strictly an objective test. That has gone out of the window, and we are now in the realm of looking at what the expectation of the residents are. The residents have expressed their views by law. That's Regulation 67. We are to take that into account. And it's not a mistake to take it into account. The law requires us to take it into account. So insofar as we need to then take into account the submissions, we can do so on the basis of what is the amenity of that location. And the amenity is a residential amenity. And the residential amenity, contrary to what is stated, is expressly set out. It's not a matter which is subjective in this occasion, because it's set out within the provisions of the town planning scheme. And it says to provide a range of housing, etc. We know that, etc. in respect of streetscape. But then this important dot point, to provide for a range of non-residential uses, and importantly, which are compatible with and complementary to residential development. Now, it's suggested by Councillor Brenda Brandis that we have to provide within a residential area some broad breadth of enabling people to have the opportunity to do some diversification, some business opportunity. That's not the purpose. The purpose of the residential area is expressed within the scheme, and it is to provide complementary. So those uses which are complementary to a residential purpose. We have heard the surrounding neighbours and they've said it's not complementary. I wish to turn to safety. With the greatest of respect, when I asked questions at the agenda briefing whether a safety study had been done, it hadn't been done. That I make no criticism in respect of that, except for this. To then have received on last Friday a brief document which speaks not about the safety of the driveway, because it quite candidly accepts that no site inspection was conducted. That's critical. We're not interested here about whether or not Strickland Street had crashes since December 24. What we're interested in is whether or not adding an additional people into this particular location, 1, 2 or 5, it matters not, would be able to safely go into the driveway and back out of the driveway. And for that reason, with the greatest of respect, the suggestion that appointment-only basis ensures that there's low and controlled vehicle movements. I don't know what low and controlled vehicle movements are. If it means that somebody's driving a vehicle, well, very true. Most people do drive vehicles. If it suggests that with areas sufficient for on-site turning and egress, there's no study being done. What I would have expected with an application of this nature is that it would be accompanied by appropriate sightlines ahead of the application having been made, and for that reason, at least a preliminary review of the site would have revealed the high walls on either side. In the circumstances, to say that it is a mistake is to overcook it. This is not a mistake. This is taking into account the residents who have expressed their opinions, who we need to properly take into account in considering amenity. The regulations expressly require us to consider their submissions, and additionally, the safety concerns cannot be said to
30 seconds, Councillor Howling.
The safety concerns cannot be said to have been addressed because there is no such study which is been properly undertaken addressing the egress out of that particular property. Accordingly, I say that I ask for your support of the proposal to refuse the development.
Thank you, Councillor Howling. All right, councillors, I'm about to put the alternative motion to the vote and reminding everyone that Councillor Russell has indicated that he's foreshadowed the officer recommendation if the alternative motion is not carried. With that, councillors, please cast your votes. And we're waiting on, I've never seen the yellow one go on before. No, can't abstain. Governor, am I correct in thinking that the abstain was from Councillor Lees? We can get Councillor Lees to cast a vote orally, perhaps? All right. Well, in that case, the alternative motion has failed, 4 votes to 5. Those who voted in favour of the alternative motion were Councillor Howling, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Raison and Councillor Waugh. Those who voted against the alternative motion were Councillor Brenda Brandis, Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Lees, myself, Mayor Milner and Councillor Russell. Councillor Russell, you foreshadowed the officer recommendation during the debate on the alternative motion. Would you like to move the officer recommendation?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right. Would anyone like to second the officer recommendation? Councillor Lees, the floor is yours. Councillor Russell.
Nothing more to add.
All right. Councillor Lees, anything to say as seconder? No? Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against the officer recommendation? You may.
I'd like to know whether or not the adjacent fences on both sides is compliant with the R codes, and in particular in respect of truncation requirements under the provisions of the R codes.
Ms Shaw, can I send that one your way?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd need to take that question on notice. Just noting that the city would not have undertaken an assessment against the requirements of the residential design codes in assessing an application for a home business.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Howling, another question?
Thank you. Is it accepted, nevertheless, that it's simply a residential premises which is now intended to have an additional use, being a home business, and so that, by way of the application, brings into question the relevant truncations and the requirements of the R codes in considering this application?
Ms Shaw?
That's a good question.
I know, because it is.
Yeah, I'd need to take that question on notice. Yeah, I'd need to consider that.
The question, Councillor Howling? Your light's still on. Okay.
I'll look forward to receiving the answer to that, and I can help you if you wish.
Would anyone like to speak against the officer recommendation? No? Would anyone else like to speak in favour of the officer recommendation? No? There's been no debate, so there's no need for Councillor Russell to wind up. I'll simply put the officer recommendation to the vote. Councillors, please cast your votes. All right, so the votes are in. Those who voted in favour of the officer recommendation were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Lees, myself, Mayor Milner, and Councillor Russell. Those who voted against were Councillor Howling, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Raison, and Councillor Waugh. The officer recommendation has passed 5 votes to 4. Generally speaking, we don't have applause or boos or shows of emotion. Yep, thank you. All right, so we now move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening. And bear with me while I find my notes, because my run sheet seems to have disappeared during the course of that debate. Found it. There we go. All right, we're now up to item 10.4.1, which is entitled Chief Executive Officer Evaluation Committee. So we're into the phase where we start appointing elected members to various committees and bodies, folks. So I have received nominations to go onto the committee from, well, I'm automatic, but also from Councillor Lees, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Waugh, Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Brenda Abrandis and Councillor Howling, which takes us up to the 7 elected members that are required. There is an officer recommendation before us, but it does need some filling in of the blanks in terms of the presiding member and the deputy presiding member. Would anyone like to move a motion to that effect? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move, if you're willing to accept, you as the Mayor to be the presiding member. I would actually like to be the deputy with regard to this. Thank you.
All right, so just to confirm, your motion is for paragraph 1 as per the officer recommendation, but with myself at paragraph A, and then from paragraph B onwards, Councillor Lees, Councillor Prendeville, Councillor Waugh, Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Brenda Abrandis and Councillor Howling, and paragraph 2 with my name in the blank there, and paragraph 3, your name in the blank there. All right, I'm happy to second that. Councillor Russell?
I believe I put my name down for this committee.
Oh, for the Chief Executive Officer. Well, all right, folks, what do we do now? That takes us over the 7 that we're allowed to have. Sorry, Councillor Russell, it's not on my run sheet. I apologise.
Through the chair, effectively, we still need a motion. It's up to council and an elected member to move a motion, setting out the membership, which can be then seconded and then debated, and it either is successful or it fails, and then we can do another vote with a different makeup of the committee.
All right. I assume the terms of reference mean that we can't have more than 7 elected members on the committee?
Through the chair, I think the terms of reference currently say 7, but we can amend them, and I believe that's delegated to the CEO. No, sorry, it's not. No, that's advisory committees only.
Sorry, they'll be considered at the 10th of November Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting, the terms of reference.
Okay, folks, this could get messy. So we've got a motion on foot from Councillor Brenda Abrandis and myself, but they're quite reasonably. Councillor Russell has indicated that he would like to be on the committee as well. We could go through any number of permutations as to how we do this vote until we end up with 7 elected members on the committee, or potentially council could vote to amend the terms of reference and we won't be able to do it here. We'd have to have a motion at the next council meeting expanding the number of elected members, potentially to have the whole council on there if need be, which I have no objection to. That's probably the best way to do it under the circumstances, but if people disagree, they're free to vote against the motion that's currently before us. Councillor Brenda Brandis, did you want to say anything in support of the motion moved?
No, nothing further, Mr Mayor.
All right. As seconder, I'll simply say I have absolutely no objection to Councillor Russell joining the CEO Evaluation Committee after we've amended the terms of reference to make room, and the same goes for Councillor Sousa as well. Councillor Raison, if she wanted to join, no obligation. But if we have a council where all 9 members want to be on the CEO Evaluation Committee, I see no reason why the terms of reference couldn't be amended to allow that. So that's all I'll say as seconder. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Of course.
Just to fill everyone in, that earlier I had put my name down for this committee, but then Councillor De Souza had indicated he would like to be on the committee, so then I offered my place to him. One other question is when, and I don't know off the top of my head because I'm haven't finished my induction yet, is the mechanism where it's an even number of councillors on a committee. Does that make any difference? I don't know whether these committees vote or, you know, what would happen if it ended up being 8 versus 9.
Shall I send that one your way, Mr Scott? I can answer that, but perhaps you're going to be listening to the administration rather than me.
Through the chair, I'm happy to be corrected by the other executive staff, but it is a committee of council, therefore there is a vote required when making recommendations to council from the committee. If there's a even number of votes for and against something, then the normal rules of the local government come into play, which means that effectively the chair would have a casting vote.
The only other point I'd add to that is the evaluation committee, like all of our current committees, I think, are advisory only. They don't have power in their own right to make decisions. Everything would come back to the council for approval, and council could potentially, if it wanted to, go down a different pathway other than what the committee had recommended. So we've got a motion on foot from Councillor Brenda Brandis and seconded by myself. Does anyone wish to speak against it? Does anyone else wish to speak in favour? There's no debate, no need for Councillor Brenda Brandis to wind up. I'll simply put it to the vote. Councillors, please cast your votes. And that was unanimous. Thank you all. We now move on to item 10.4.1, which is Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. I'd better just check to make sure that that anyone who has, make sure that the listing's correct. At the moment, I've got nominations from myself, an automatic member, Councillor Waugh, Councillor Brenda Brandis, Councillor Raison and Councillor Howling. Was there anyone else that wanted to put up their hand? I'm glad I asked. Councillor Russell?
Yes, I'm sure I sent through the form with my name on this.
Okay, let's add your name to that now. Anyone else, councillors? No? Okay. Under the circumstances, I'll move a motion that exactly in the terms of the officer recommendation, but starting with paragraph A, Mayor Greg Milner, then Councillor Bronwyn Waugh, then Councillor Andre Brenda Brandis, then Councillor Jacqueline Raison, then Councillor Tim Howling, then Councillor Stephen Russell be appointed as elected members to the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. Would anyone be willing to second that motion? Councillor Brenda Brandis, thank you. Does anyone oppose, councillors? No, I'll simply declare that carried then, using my powers under the standing orders. Thank you. We move on to item 10.4.3, appointment of community members to the City of South Perth Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee. Now, councillors, you may have seen the email from Mr Scott a couple of days ago, mentioning that one of the candidates had withdrawn from the application process. With that in mind, I'm happy to move the officer recommendation exactly in the terms as it's set out, but at paragraph 2, where we're appointing the presiding member of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, that we appoint candidate G, and that at paragraph 3, we appoint candidate C as the deputy presiding member. I think that's in line with the revised officer recommendation, isn't it?
Through the chair, I believe so.
Okay. Would anyone like to second that motion? Councillor Rezon, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No? Okay, then I declare that carried unanimously. We move on to item 10.4.4, which is entitled the City of South Perth Arts Advisory Group. Happily, we've had 2 nominations for 2 positions here. So I'll move a motion in terms of the officer recommendation. Number 1, Councillor Andre Brender-Abrandis. Number 2, Councillor Hayley Prendeville. Would anyone be willing to second that motion? Councillor Prendeville, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No? Okay, carried unanimously then. We move on to item 10.4.5, which is the City of South Perth Community Safety and Crime Prevention Advisory Group. And the officer recommendation was originally seeking 2 slots there. We've had 3 people put up their hand, and Councillor Howling has also indicated that he'd like to be a deputy. So I don't think there's any problem with, I have checked with governance, with 3 elected members taking part as primary elected members, and Councillor Howling is a deputy for any one of those 3. So I'll move a motion that number 1, well, in terms of the officer recommendation, number 1, Councillor Kathy Lees, number 2, Councillor Andre Brender-Abrandis, and number 3, Mayor Greg Milner, and perhaps 4, Councillor Howling as deputy for any that can't make it.
Mr. About to say Mr. President, sorry, Mayor.
You're welcome to.
No, I've been speaking to him recently, but the problem I've got with that is I don't know what the terms of reference are for this committee, and again, the same problem that fell to the first question, the very first, and so although it's late, I'm just concerned that Standing Orders 2.12 sets out in B the number of council members' employees, which is adopted in accordance with section 5.8 of the Act. So I don't want to run forward before we know that we're acting consistent with the requirements. So perhaps it could be a question,
of course,
through to Ms. Fry, but she may not have it available to her. But so I'm happy for that to be stood over if you wish.
This Councillor Howling's asking whether it's open to us to go beyond the terms of reference for the City of South Perth Community Safety and Crime Prevention Advocacy Group. It's a fair question.
Through the chair, sorry, could Councillor Howling just repeat the relevant standing orders he's referring to?
Thank you, and I didn't turn off my microphone. So it's clause 2.1(2). A council resolution to establish a committee under section 5.8 of the Act is to include the terms of reference of the committee, the number of council members, employees and other persons to be appointed to the committee. So I just want to make sure that we're staying in our lane again, to use that coin of phrase, and making sure that we're not acting outside the terms of reference.
Yes, through the chair. This is an advisory group. It's not a formal committee of council, so therefore...
Thank you for the distinction. Gotcha.
Not covered under the standing order.
So it has no delegation either?
Yes, there is no delegation.
Thank you.
No, it's a fair question. I don't think that the advisory groups are quite as regimented, and they aren't subject to clause 2.1 of the standing orders, but good question. Unless governance says that I'm doing the wrong thing, I'll move a motion that Councillor Kathy Lees is number 1 on the list there, that Councillor Andre Brender-Abrandis is number 2, that myself, Mayor Milner, is number 3. And since Councillor Howling has kindly offered to deputise for any of us that can't make the meeting, councillors, would anyone be willing to second that motion? Councillor Brender-Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? Councillor Howling, I see your lights on. I don't know if that's intentional. No? All right, going. All right, we carried that unanimously. All right, moving on to item 10.4.6, which is the City of South Perth Inclusive Community Advisory Group. We're only looking for 1 elected member, but as of yet I haven't received a nomination, unless Councillor Russell made one and it's gone walkie somehow. But no, okay. So it's up for grabs, folks. Who would like to put up their hand to be part of the Inclusive Community Advisory Group? Ms. Fry, it's my understanding is that it meets on a quarterly basis.
Probably.
Ms. Shaw, yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it does meet on a quarterly basis. It provides updates in accordance with the city's public health plan and preventative health and public health measures relating to that. So the group's made up of members from the Department of Health and local medical related businesses who provide advice on preventative health throughout the district. So different programs related to that.
Thank you, Ms Shaw.
So just so that I understand, so somebody a bit overweight could join this committee and learn a bit.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, they could.
Then I'll put my name forward.
All right. Councillors, I'll move a motion that Councillor Howling be appointed to the City of South Perth Inclusive Community Advisory Group. Would anyone be willing to second that motion? I think Councillor Prendeville won by a split second there. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. In that case, carried unanimously. All right, we go on to item 10.4.7, which is the Local Emergency Management Committee for Canning/South Perth. We're looking for one delegate and one deputy delegate. There were two nominations, myself and Councillor Raison. Councillor Raison was kind enough to suggest that I'll be the delegate and she'll be the deputy delegate, so I'm happy to move a motion to that effect. Would anyone be willing to second that motion? Councillor Lees, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. Okay, carried unanimously. Moving on to item 10.4.8, entitled the City of South Perth Public Health Advisory Group. We've got a nomination from Kathy Lees. I'm happy to move a motion that Councillor Kathy Lees be appointed our delegate for the City of South Perth Public Health Advisory Group. Would anyone be willing to second that? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No, carried unanimously. All right, nearly there, folks. Item 10.4.9, entitled Western Australian Local Government Association South East Metropolitan Zone. There were a few nominations for this one. We did have a conversation in the Councillors' Lounge going into the meeting. So assuming I haven't messed up what we agreed there, I'm going to move a motion saying that myself and Councillor Raison are the two primary delegates, and that Councillor Kathy Lees and Councillor Bronwyn Moore are the two deputy delegates. And I also note that there's an additional delegate in the Chief Executive Officer for item 10.4.9. I'll move a motion to that effect. Would anyone be kind enough to second? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose? No. Okay, carried unanimously, thank you. That brings us to item 10.4.10, which is the Metro Inner Development Assessment Panel. And following conversations with the three nominees in the Councillors' Lounge beforehand, I'll move a motion that that Councillor Waugh and Councillor Lees are the two primary, I'll back up a couple of steps. The officer recommendation, that's what I'm moving, with Councillor Waugh inserted into the blank for paragraph 1, Councillor Lees inserted into the blank for paragraph 2, and Councillor Howling inserted into the first blank in paragraph 3. Would anyone else like to be the second alternate member? No. Okay. In that case, officer recommendation, Councillor Waugh at paragraph 1, Councillor Lees at paragraph 2, Councillor Howling at paragraph 3. Would someone be kind enough to second that? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Does anyone oppose? No. Carried unanimously. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. Oh, of course we do. Yes. All right. Where's that on the run sheet? We now move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.4.12, entitled Monthly Financial Statements, September 2025 and Carry Forward Budget Adjustments. We have an officer recommendation before us. I haven't received an amended motion, or I haven't received an alternative motion. We do need an absolute majority for paragraph 2, which is why it wasn't passed on block. I'm happy to move the officer recommendation. Would someone be kind enough to second? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this motion? No? Then I declare it carried unanimously under our standing orders, and that satisfies the absolute majority requirement for paragraph 2. Okay, thank you for the pickup, Ms Fry. That does bring us to item 11, which is applications for a leave of absence. I have received an application for a leave of absence from Councillor Blake D'Souza for the period of 10 November 2025 to 19 November 2025 inclusive. Councillors, would anyone else like to apply for a leave of absence? Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The 6th to the 22nd of February 2026 inclusive.
Right, I'll just make sure I've got that right. So the 6th of February 2026 through to the 22nd of February 2026 inclusive. Okay. Councillors, does anyone else want to put up their hand for a leave of absence? Councillor Brenda Abrandis?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. From the 13th to the 21st of December inclusive.
All right, I'll just read that back to you to make sure I've got that correct. That's the 13th of December 2025 through to the 21st of December 2025 inclusive. Okay. Any other requests for a leave of absence, councillors? No. Okay. In that case, I'm about to call for a mover on a motion that the leave of absence applications received from 1, Councillor Blake D'Souza for the period of 10 November 2025 to 19 November 2025 inclusive. From 2, Councillor Stephen Russell for the period of 6 February 2026 to 22 February 2026 inclusive. And 3, from Councillor Andre Brenda Abrandis for the period of 13 December 2025 through to 21 December 2025 inclusive, all be granted. Could I have a mover, please? I think Councillor Wall was first there, seconded by Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, does anyone oppose any of those leave of absence applications? No. Okay, I'll declare that carried unanimously then. We move on to item 12, which is motions of which previous notice has been given. That's nil. Item 13 is questions from members. Item 13.1 is responses to previous questions from members taken on notice, and responses to questions from members taken on notice at the September 2025 Ordinary Council meeting can be found in the appendix of this agenda. That brings us to item 13.2, questions from members. I might lead off this time. I think it's the first time I've ever led off. So I do have a few questions for the administration that concern some of our more strategic issues affecting our community. The first one is as follows. I think it might be to Mr Scott, yes. So councillors may recall that on the 8th of November 2024, the state government announced a $2 million investment to commence planning for a new indoor sporting facility in Perth's inner southern suburbs. And the need for indoor sports courts in the district of South Perth has been well documented. Indoor sports courts is one of the things that the city has been advocating for a number of years now. Has the city received an update from the state government as to the status of those plans and perhaps any indication as to where that new indoor sporting facility might be located?
Through the Chair, the City has not received an update from the State Government regarding the status or location of the proposed indoor sporting facility. The City will seek a formal update from the State Government and advise Council of any response received.
Thank you. My second question is relates to members of our community living around the Mill Point Road, South Perth Esplanade and Mill Point entry and exit to the Kwinana Freeway are still reporting incidences of hooning and related antisocial activity. Can the city let council know the measures being taken by the city and WA Police?
Through the Chair, the City continues to close the Millers Pool car park each evening to reduce opportunities for loitering and antisocial behaviour. Several traffic calming measures have been implemented along Mill Point Road, which is also subject to 40km/h speed limit. The City periodically deploys speed monitoring devices and supports WA Police operations by deploying the City's mobile CCTV unit as priorities dictate. In addition, the City has received funding from WA Police for the installation of fixed automatic number plate recognition ANPR cameras and is currently identifying suitable locations for their installation. The WA Police have direct access to live footage from the City's CCTV network.
Thank you, Mr Scott. My third question is, some of you may be aware that on the 6th of January this year, the state government announced a pilot trial of noise detecting cameras in Hillary's, which are intended to combat hooning and antisocial activity. We're 10 months in. Has the state government provided an update on the progress of this trial?
Through the Chair, the City has not received an update from the State Government on the progress of this trial, but will now seek further information and advise Council once a response has been received.
Thank you. And my fourth and final question, and thank you, councillors, for the indulgence, relates to the South Perth train station. The city's population is currently 45,000 people. Our integrated transport plan states that our population is projected to grow to over 65,000 people by 2041. Our integrated transport plan says correctly that as the capacity of the road network and the ability to increase this capacity is limited, there is an increasing need to reduce reliance on private vehicles and focus on shifting travel behaviours. I am aware that there were discussions at a state government level about the formation of a South Perth train station working group back in 2021, but as far as I'm aware, that working group has never been established. It's been a busy year, but now that the state, federal and local government elections are all over, can the city administration reach out to the state government and confirm their position on a South Perth train station and then let council know what that response is?
Through the Chair, the City will contact the relevant state government departments to request an update on the status of the South Perth train station and advise Council of the outcome once received.
Thank you, Mr Scott. That's me done, councillors. Does anyone else have any questions for the administration? Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand that the City is proposing to undertake some works to Collier Reserve Pavilion. Could the City please advise or provide references to the scope and the schedule of these works?
Now, is that Ms Ampremo that I should send that to, or Ms McDonald? Ms Ampremo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So with the funding that the City retained from what was the RAF project, that was identified for improvements to change rooms and sports lighting. The Collier Reserve was identified as a site for an independent, standalone new change room facility.
And schedule?
It's currently in the process of procurement, and when that comes back from the market, it will require council approval for the award of contract.
Thank you, Ms Ampremo. Councillor Russell?
Yeah, so at the north end of South Perth Esplanade, there are like 2 teardrop parcels of land within the road reserve between Esplanade proper and some dead-end lanes. So these are roughly in the way of 1 through to number 17 South Perth Esplanade. These lands are not clearly your typical verges adjoining private property. For these lands, could the City please advise if these are water reticulated, and if so, what the source is? Is it scheme water or is it licensed water?
Ms Ampremo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. So they are connected to the St James Mitchell Park retic system, which is fed from a bore in Clydesdale Park.
Thank you. Are these lands proposed to go on the WaterWise program?
Ms Ampremo?
Can you clarify what you mean by that question?
The WaterWise program being sort of the wood chipping and shrubbery and trees that we see to replace turf. At the Bill Graydon, you recently did a project, the WaterWise.
Okay, I think the WaterWise programme is something that's run by Watercorp for residents.
Okay.
The project that was done at Bill Graydon Reserve was hydrozoning of parts of the reserve. I believe we have a request from an elected member to provide costs for doing some low-level planting on that area of road reserve for consideration in the 26-27 budget. So that would be something that would be included for council's consideration in that budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Ampremo and Councillor Russell. Councillors, any further questions for the administration? Councillor Howling.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just in a follow-up to a point made by the CEO, I have a recollection that there was a decision that had been made by council in respect of the South Perth train station, on which you've been asked questions, that once the new CEO would be appointed, that that matter would be raised. you've said that you're going to now write in respect of the South Perth train station. Is that intended to replace the previous decision that had been made in respect of that?
Mr Scott?
Through the chair, I don't believe my actual response gave a time frame, and if there is a previous decision in regards to waiting until the new CEO starts, then I'm happy to oblige by that.
So it won't be necessarily yourself. I'd dig it up and find out. But can I just also ask, at the beginning of the agenda briefing on the last occasion, there was no specific mention of the councillor Glenn Cridland, who's left us and has served for 16 years on council. Has the mayor signed a letter, or the administration signed a letter congratulating him, thanking him for his service and wishing him well? 16 years is significant. I say that because we thanked profusely tonight COSPRA. I'm not saying it's not worthy of thanks, but Mr Cridland, as he now is, obviously put in significant service, and I'd like to know that a letter has been at the very least sent recognising that service.
Mr Scott?
Through the chair, I need to take that on notice of whether a letter has been actually sent, but Councillor Cridland's service has been recognised in a number of media statements that the city has put out, and I believe his service was also recognised publicly after the election as well. So, but I would have to double check if a formal letter has actually been forwarded.
I know there's certainly media statements and thanks on our website because I signed off on them, so I can confirm that that's out there.
Okay, thank you. And can I receive a copy of that, those media statements, because it wasn't mentioned in the agenda briefing at the commencement of the meeting, and I think that it would be worthy of all of us to know. Is it usual practice to at least thank the persons who have contributed over the years to various roles by way of following up through letters or through something of that nature? Is that ordinary, or is that something that we shouldn't expect to hear at either an agenda meeting or a council meeting?
Mr Scott?
Through the chair, my experience is it is customary to thank a retiring councillor or councillor who has resigned. The manner of how that is done differs from local government to local government, depending on their traditional practices. And also depending on what sort of recognition that particular, the retiring councillors may wish to have. I've experienced where some councillors have requested no recognition because they're happy to just move on with their new lives. So, but as I said, yes, it is customary to thank a councillor for their service, and however, the mode of that thank you can differ. And generally, it's my experience that at least a public recognition of their service is made to ensure that not only the councillor, but also the community is aware of their service. And to my knowledge, that has occurred from a public perspective from the City of South Perth.
And my last question then is, can I be provided with a copy of that by way of email, so I'm aware of it as well?
Yes, it's on the public record.
Thank you, Mr Scott. Councillors, any further questions for the administration this evening? No. Okay. All right. That brings us to item 14, which is new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of the meeting. That's nil for this evening. Item 15 is where we would close the meeting to the public if there was any reason for us to do so, but there's not, so we won't. And item 16 is closure. So before I close tonight's meeting, I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and participation. I'd declare this meeting closed at 10:33 p.m. Thank you all, and good night.